All right, folks. It's of course a Wednesday afternoon, and you're in tune to yours truly, Marc Lee, and of course we're checking out the show that is entitled definitely the online dinner party, and we'll be giving you some clues. As a matter of fact, one of those clues is going across the screen right now. So of course there will be a mystery guest appearing later on, and we'll find out who those mystery guests are. So definitely we got two mystery guests as always, one that is based here in the United States and one that is, of course, international. So I do have those mystery guest clues that are coming your way, and that's one of them right now. So we'll get ready to take that off. But of course, that is one of the things that is happening right here on IBM TV. And of course, we're going to be waiting to hear from our regular guests also. So we are expecting a number of folks to join us during the course of this afternoon. And of course, we're going to have some interesting conversations about a number of things that are happening in the world. And of course, as you know, there are many great things that are happening in our community in the sense of how folks are coping with what's going on in the world. So even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, we are still having folks that are doing positive things in the world. As a matter of fact, I was just checking out my good friend Brian, and he was giving some positive vibes to the world because although a lot of negative things are happening, we do need to have positivity on a regular basis, particularly in this day and time. So definitely that's some of the things that I was checking out. Must give a shout out to our network. We did a great job with International Peace Day. That was one of the things that I was sharing with Brian, who joined me on that, as well as some other friends that have been on this show, as well as other things that we have done here around IBM TV. So definitely want to thank those guests that I invited that decided to show up and give their thanks and thoughts about what peace means to them. And by the way, don't forget that this weekend, there will be another benefit that we will be taking part in. That's right. We're doing some innovative and great things in our community. So one of the things that we will have happening very shortly is there will be a conversation around what's going on in California with the wildfires. So we will have some folks that will be joining us and raising money to help those folks that are being very much hard hit by the wildfires that are taking place in the area of California. So we do know that that has impacted quite a number of folks, and we definitely have to keep them in our thoughts and prayers. So definitely keep that in mind, and that is something that we will be doing on a regular basis. So definitely need to try to find ways to help people out no matter what they're going through in these hard times. I know a lot of folks are trying to find ways to have their economy impacted as well. So trying to find innovative ways to raise money and to have money in their economy and in their personal economy, because I know a number of folks have been laid off, furloughed, and other things from their jobs. So that is definitely going on. And of course, we are in the middle of the political season. So we do know that come November, the early part of November here in the United States, that election will be taking place, and we'll either have new leadership or we'll keep the same leadership for another 4 years. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out and what happens in that regard. So that is some of the things that are happening with us here in the North Carolina area. And of course, I've been following what's been happening in sports. So definitely, both series are at 2-1, that being the series between Miami and Boston, with Miami currently being up. And of course, we've also got the series between the Lakers and Denver, with the Lakers being up 2-1. As I stated to some friends of mine, if Denver had gone down 3-0, I was considering that a wrap. So they definitely stayed in there and got that victory. So it is still a series, even though the Lakers are definitely ahead. So we'll find out what happens in game four. Game four of the Boston Miami series will be later on this afternoon. And then, of course, there'll be another day, and then we'll have the game four between the Lakers and Denver. So after the day, we'll find out if it's a true series in the case of Boston, Miami, and if things are all knotted up, or if one team has a greater advantage than the other. And the same thing with the series going on between the Lakers and Denver. So that's some of the things that are taking place. And of course, we're going to be waiting to find out when my guests get in, because I'm expecting a few guests to join me this afternoon to talk about the things that they are involved in. I know I've got a musician that has said that he will show up, and a number of other folks that have also said that they will be appearing as well. So definitely looking forward to having that conversation with them and having a great conversation about what is happening in the world. So definitely that is some of the things that are happening right now. And of course, in terms of the weather, I just went outside not that long ago and the weather was very lovely. It was actually some great weather on the outside. I was actually enjoying it. It's a cooler temperatures. It's not exactly very hot or anything along those lines. It was actually very much of warm weather, so or cool weather, I should say. So we're definitely in the middle of fall, and so that's well, actually the early part of fall because fall was actually just started about a day or two ago. So that's something that's going on in our world. So we are having that happening, and of course, like I said, a number of other things are happening in the world as well. So definitely, we're finding out what folks' reactions are and what people are thinking about things that are happening in the world. So definitely a number of folks are, like I said, being engaged in the community of politics. As a matter of fact, it looks like Bernie has made another statement about things as well. So looks like Bernie has made a statement about what he's calling the Trump nightmare scenario. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what he's talking about in that regard. So I think I'll pull up this article and see exactly what Brother Bernie is talking about in this case. Senator Bernie Sanders is planning to mount an aggressive campaign to counter potential attempts by President Donald Trump to delegitimize the results of the November election, warning that the Democrats and the Republicans alike must do everything that we can to prevent that from happening. In a phone interview on Monday, Sanders said he would spend the next 6 weeks urging the country to prepare for a nightmare scenario in which Trump declares himself the winner of the election and refuses to step down even if he loses. As part of his effort, he is set to deliver a speech in Washington on today, his first in-person appearance related to the election since before he dropped out of the presidential race, to outline in stark terms the danger that he says Trump poses to the nation's democracy. So Bernie Sanders says we are living in a unprecedented time. That's his quote. He says that we are living in a unprecedented and dangerous moment, extremely dangerous moment in American history. And what this speech is going to be about is whether or not the United States of America will continue to be a democracy and a nation ruled by law and our Constitution. In the interview, Sanders said he thought that there was an excellent chance that Joe Biden, the Democratic presidential nominee, would win the election, but that he is worried that the Biden campaign was not doing enough to reach non-traditional voters, including young people and Latinos. He held a virtual town hall event on Tuesday with Julian Castro, the former housing secretary under President Barack Obama, to get the word out to Latino voters about the importance of the election. So that's one of the things that he was doing. Trump, who has constantly trailed Biden in national and swing state polls, has spent months trying to sow doubt about voting and the election. The president has claimed without evidence that mail voting will lead to the greatest rigged election in history, and he has urged people right here where I'm at in North Carolina to illegally vote twice, to stress test the election system, and has even suggested delaying the election, which he cannot do on his own. So it's a known fact that he cannot do that on his own, but he's talked about the possibility of erasing that possibility and that thought. So that is one of the things that is going on in the world. Of course, there are a number of other things that are happening in the world as well. And of course, we'll share some more of the things that I have found out about world events and all of that during the course of this particular show. So it's the online dinner party. So definitely always have a great time bringing y'all some great guests. And I'm waiting for some of those guests to appear on this particular show so that we can share their knowledge and their wisdom as well. So definitely just keep that in mind, that we've got all kinds of great conversations taking part and a number of other things that will be happening as well. So definitely just keep that in mind and know that we're definitely following what things are happening in the world, and definitely hoping that many of you will let us know what you've got going on in your part of the world and the things that you are thinking about and the things that you are concerned about, because we know that there are a number of things happening that folks are concerned about throughout the world. So of course we would love to hear your thoughts on a number of these issues that are out there right now. So definitely hoping that many of you will continue to have these conversations and that you will also join us in the conversations that we are having right here on the network. So definitely want folks to pay attention to a lot of the things that are happening and all of that. By the way, we've got more news about things in terms of the coronavirus. It says that in one of the stories that even as private companies rush to test a coronavirus vaccine and both federal and state governments prepare for a massive distribution effort, the director of the Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention cautioned on Wednesday that mass vaccination of the American public is still many months away. I think that's going to take us April, May, June, possibly July to get the entire American public completely vaccinated, is what the CDC director, Dr. Robert Redfield, told the Senate Health and Education Committee in a Wednesday hearing. So he actually did that earlier today. Hopes are running high for a vaccine that will allow Americans to return to normal economic and social activity. Those hopes have been stoked by President Trump himself, who has promised a vaccine as early as October. Most public health experts do not believe that is a realistic promise, even though 4 vaccine candidates are currently undergoing human trials. Redfield angered Trump last week by saying that wearing a mask was potentially a better anti-coronavirus weapon than a vaccine, which he said then, as he did on Wednesday, would not become widely available until late spring or summer of 2021. I think he made a mistake when he said that. Trump said in response to Redfield's statement at the time, it's just incorrect information. And I called him and he didn't tell me that. And I think he got the message, maybe confused. Maybe it was stated incorrectly. Apparently, the CDC has not responded to some media inquiries about that, but definitely epidemiologists, I'm always bad with some of those scientific words, say that about 70% of Americans need to get vaccinated. 3 of the 4 vaccines now in human trials need to be administered twice, about a month apart. A potential vaccine being developed by Johnson & Johnson, which began trials this week, requires only 1 injection. In his testimony, Redfield said there would be 700 million doses of vaccines available by April. Trump has said much the same thing, despite also promising that distribution would start in October. Trump appears to see April as completion of the vaccine effort, whereas for Redfield, that will be a turning point in a battle that will continue in the ensuing months. So definitely looks like a lot of information is going on about the vaccine and how the vaccine will play out in that sense. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out and what happens in that regard. So definitely we're going to be interested to find out what happens and how it all plays out. So a lot of folks are paying attention to this and are very much concerned about this issue on a regular basis. So definitely keep that in mind. And like I said, I'm going to reach out here and find out what's going on with the guests. I do know I've got a number of guests that have said that they will be appearing. And of course, we do have our mystery guests as well. So definitely having some conversations around that and definitely following a lot of other things that are happening in the world. But right now, just to let you know about some of our other programming, I'm going to bring up some of the spots about some of our other programming that takes place right here on our network, because we do have all kinds of great and amazing programs that happen on a regular basis. And I'm sure that many of you folks will be interested in knowing about these shows and knowing how you can reach out and find out when these shows are. Because like I said, we've got a number of great shows that air here on IBM.TV. So I want to let y'all know about some of these things that happen on a regular basis. So we're going to bring up some of those, and then I'll also be bringing up some other information in the sense of the news and all of that. But right now, let's check out what they've got to say about American politics and, of course, the White House report. So we'll bring up the White House report first, because that's what my friend Bill Tresvant does, and then we'll bring up information about American politics and a few of the other shows also. Yep, that was a little bit about that particular show. And of course, we've got other great shows as well. And like I said, we've also got this. Yes, like I said, there are all kinds of great programming that happens regularly here on IBM.TV. And of course, we're always glad to have those very interesting shows that happen on a regular basis. So definitely hoping that more and more folks will be checking these shows out and learning what's going on in that regard. So definitely hoping that a number of folks will be learning about what's happening and will be checking these out on a regular basis. So definitely we've got all kinds of great things happening here on the network, and we want more and more folks to learn about the amazing programming that is taking place here. And of course, we've got other folks that are regularly creating new shows. So we're definitely hoping to have about 100 shows by the end of the year. That's the target goal, is to have 100 shows, and who knows, maybe we'll even exceed that goal. So definitely some amazing programming is happening here on a regular basis. So just keep that in mind. Keep your eyes on what's going on, because like I said, there is all kinds of great content that happens here. And of course, we're looking forward to having more and more folks join us on this platform and to learn more about what's happening in the world, as well as with the various activists and entrepreneurs that are also here in the world as well. So definitely keep that in mind. Follow what's happening in the world as we bring you more and more exciting information. So definitely that is some of the things that are happening here on a regular basis, and we look forward to developing new shows and more shows. So definitely I want folks to keep that in mind and to learn a lot of these great things that are happening on a regular basis. I think that you'll be amazed by some of the programs that have happened and some of the information that has been shared. So definitely that is something that is going on a regular basis. And of course, we are always glad to bring on new and great guests. So always glad to have folks to join us and to bring their thoughts and their opinions about a number of issues here to our platform. So if you're not familiar with some of the past guests, we've had some amazing ones, including Simon Tam and Don Reno Langley, and a number of other ones as well. As a matter of fact, I think I may tell you a little bit more of some of the things that are happening news-wise, but I might even bring up some of the clips from some of our past shows and let you check that out as well as we bring in some of our guests and they get ready to join us during the course of this 3 hour block. But definitely, I know that a number of folks have been watching the great interviews that have been taking place and have been very much interested in these great interviews and have definitely been engaged in some great conversation. So that being said, I know that some of you may have missed the interview this past couple of days ago with Simon Tam and with none other than Don Reno Langley, since that was also taking place at the same time as our International Day of Peace. So definitely might bring that up so that folks can hear some of their comments while I reach out to my guest for today and see where they are in the sense of the conversation and where they might be trying to bring us to and some of the things that they've got on their mind. So like I said, we've had a number of great guests and amazing guests that have shared their wisdom on a number of issues. So definitely always great conversation that happens on a regular basis. So definitely want to engage folks in some of these conversations. So right now, I'm going to let you hear a little bit of the conversation that I had between Simon Tam and none other than Don Reno Langley. And we'll share a little bit of that. And I'll be reaching out to some of my other guests also so that we can bring them on as well and come down to our regular conversation. But definitely want to have folks join the conversation because it was an amazing conversation that touched on a lot of different issues, and some of you may have missed this conversation before. So definitely we will bring in some of that conversation from the past and see where Mr. Greason and some of the other folks that I'm expecting are in the sense of getting their questions and their thoughts to us. So definitely want to bring on some information from one of our past shows and share that with you. And then, like I said, I'll be reaching out to my guests and seeing if they are on their way and all of that. But in the meantime, I think that y'all will enjoy catching some of the reflections of a past guest. So definitely keep that in mind while I reach out to the current guest. But right now, we're going to hear a little bit from Simon Tam and what they were all about, as well as Don Reno Langley. So definitely want folks to hear this amazing conversation. Like I said, some folks may have already caught it. Others may have things that they would like to share about their thoughts and things along that line. So let's pick it up right here, and then we'll hear more of this conversation. And I'll also reach out to my past guests.
The values that we claim to have. I mean, there's a lot of things that we see our world for many of us, in particular for this generation and perhaps the one before. Like, we haven't seen so much unrest and so much upheaval.
So we're trying to bring that up to you so that you can check that out. And of course, as always, there are certain technical issues. So we'll see whether we can get those solved and get more of this going on a regular basis. So we'll see what happens once I do this. And hopefully things will work out and there won't be these technical issues or these technical glitches. So we'll see where things are going in that regards, because sometimes things just don't want to cooperate the way that you want them to. So we'll see what happens in that regard right now. So we're trying to bring it up and have y'all engaged in a very interesting conversation and a conversation that I think you will find very interesting and that will be very enlightening as well. So definitely we will bring that back up. Don't want to bring that one up. So we'll try to see if we can't get it going and if we can't bring up the past conversation that was going on. So that's our attempt, is we're going to see if we can't bring that up and get you more of the conversation and have that going on a regular basis. So definitely if you get a chance, come and join the conversation, and hopefully we'll have more of folks joining in and telling us their thoughts about things that are going on. So definitely, like I said before, there are a number of great things that are happening, and of course a number of other things So we're going to see if we can't try one more time to bring up at least part of the interview that we did with Simon Tam and along with Dawn Reno Langley. So we're going to try it one more time and see if technology wants to cooperate and work this time. So that is our goal. We're going to see if it actually works or not, but that's what my goal is, to try to see if we can't get this to share on the share screen. So definitely we're going to try this one more time and see how everything goes as we try to bring it to you once again. So hold on and we'll see if we can't get this to air one more time. Great feminist leaders. I would consider her one of those, but I was just wondering your perception of her as a person since we just lost her this past weekend.
Sure. Prior to me going to the Supreme Court, I was already a really big fan of Justice Ginsburg. I mean, she had done some incredible landmark things. Many people know her, of course, for her work that, what's funny is she was fighting on a men's rights case, quote unquote, but that kind of paved the way for opening up and dismantling thousands and thousands of laws that discriminated against women. And when that happened, that actually unlocked many legal tactics that dismantled many laws that were dividing people on the basis of race. It's one of those things that, people say a rising tide lifts all boats, where when you help the most marginalized, everybody in society benefits. Well, she was definitely that figurehead. But for me, there was like a really powerful moment. Like when I went to the oral arguments of my case at the Supreme Court in 2017, the first 20 minutes or so, it was just full of justices and the government's attorneys just bickering. Like they were talking about how, my ban was offensive. They were talking about bringing in copyright law and all these other kind of tangential things to test the extremes of the laws. And I just felt so invisible in that moment. Like it didn't matter if I was even there, even though I've been fighting this thing for 8 years. And it wasn't until about 20 minutes or so in, this little voice pops up, and it's Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and she says, "Wait a second, everybody knows the slants are Asian. They're not doing this to disparage, but to describe and to remove the sting from the word." And I remember I just sat there, like she just cut through all the nonsense, all the bureaucracy, everything else that people were like debating about. She said, let's get back to common sense. Like laws are about people. It was the first time that I actually had like felt seen. And I just remember thinking like, yo, I'm in love with the Supreme Court justice, like notorious RBG, like throwing it down. And it was like the first time that I actually thought, okay, it's not just me. I really understand how like millions and millions of people could understand through her dissents, through her writings, that when it came down to it, it was about this idea of dignity and being seen. Like it wasn't just about like theoretical applications of the Constitution or law. She found ways to recognize the humanity in people and say like, that's what we need to value more than anything else. That's why we have constitutional rights. And that's why we have all these laws. Like if we're too busy protecting the law that is unjust, you're ignoring the point of it all. And so I mean, it was quite a legacy. I of course am a huge fan of hers. I mean, I got like her bobblehead and her bronze statue. I have keychains and t-shirts and all that, but more than anything else, I think what I have is this incredible story of like when our paths had crossed. And it's something that I will never forget, because it was the first time anyone in the law, like in the 8 years that I was fighting, and out of all the many, many courts I'd been through and dozens of legal folks I spoke with, it was the first time that she actually saw our humanity. And I'll never forget that.
Well, Dawn, I'd love to hear your
never will forget that. I can't top that.
You can't top that with Ruth Bader. But there was somebody else that we lost as well and everything. So we can't top Simon and what Simon's saying. But there was somebody else that we lost not that long ago. And I was just wondering if you could reflect, because I'm thinking about leaders of our generation and everything. And we did lose also John Lewis sometime back. So I was wondering if you could reflect on what you thought of John Lewis. So I'll turn John Lewis over to you, Dawn.
Okay, well, I actually have a John Lewis story. So I actually have a Martin Luther King Sr. story, but we'll save that one for another time. When I was with the National Endowment for the Humanities, went to Mississippi to do a trip through the Delta to be there front and center for civil rights and to look at the places, like where Emmett Till died and the whole Delta historical road that went from Jackson to Memphis, to be in the same room when Martin Luther King Jr. was shot. Anyways, John Lewis was there. He came to we had everyday meetings and talks from witnesses who were there during the civil rights period, who were there during Kennedy's voting rights push through Mississippi, one of the few places that didn't vote for either Republican or Democrat. That's one of the few times in history that happened. Anyways, John Lewis spoke to us about Martin, about walking with him and about being part of the civil rights movement. And it's, to me, he was impressive. He was very statesmanlike and very used to being in front of people. But that particular day, the person who impressed me more than anybody else was a teeny tiny little woman. She must have been 4'5", very thin and very proper. She had white gloves on, and she walked up to the podium to speak to us, and she was telling us her story about being on a farm in Mississippi and knowing when people were going to come to the door and pull them out in the middle of the night because they were caught voting, basically. And she described how the kids would stand in the doorway and watch the dust coming down the road, and how that dust signified that it was time for them to find the hole in the floor and climb under the house so that they wouldn't be taken in the middle of the night. And that story, more than what John Lewis said, and I love John Lewis, really, I think he's an icon, but that story impressed me more during that time period than John. John, I think, is a huge loss for our generation. I know, Mark, he's been part of our generation and a strong voice that brought people to, I think he threw out a little bit of guilt when he talked to people. It wasn't just, let's all get together. It's let's all get together because you guys are jerks if you don't do so. And I'm not saying that's his words, but you kind of felt that. You felt that, like, this is the right thing to do. When he was speaking, he was talking about not black, white, but the human thing, the right thing to do. Anyway,
I'd love to hear from both of y'all about your thoughts about what's going on now, because of course I mentioned earlier in the show about Black Lives Matter, and it's definitely been a very powerful movement. I would argue a youth-led movement, but it does seem that we have a division, and a very profound division around race and things of that nature. So I was just wondering if both of you could speak to that, because I'm actually concerned about this upcoming election because of how it can turn very divisive because of race relations and other things. But I was just wanting to hear from both of you your thoughts on the political environment that we're living in now. So I had Dawn last, so I'll start with you, Simon, then go up to Dawn. So Simon, your thoughts about where we are politically as a nation now, and particularly around race relations.
I think it's a tough time, but it's always been a tough time. When you talk about race relations, since the very, very beginning of this country, it's never been an easy time. So it's not something that, communities of color are unfamiliar with. I will say it's an opportunity, though, for change, because it's, I think, the first time we're seeing a even larger pool of people starting to recognize that some of the things that they thought were solved 50 years ago weren't actually solved. What's interesting is if you look at Gallup poll numbers, if, when they ask, hey, is racism a problem in the United States? You still find a majority of whites saying no. The same percentage that were saying those same things in 1960, pre-Civil Rights Act. So some people are still living in this shroud of ignorance and kind of denial of what is happening, but it's making it tougher and tougher to do so. The fact that major companies like Nike and FedEx and Airbnb are taking action, not only like writing statements, like people write statements all the time. I care about action, but like they're actually, refusing to advertise on Facebook. They're pulling funds from, professional sports teams that were using racist mascots. Like they're actually putting money behind it. Like we're starting to see the tide turn a bit, and it's thanks to the brave men and women that are marching on the streets who are crying out for the dignity. I know it's a tough time, but I hope it's a time where like we can start seeing this, like when we look back years from now at this moment, at this election, that the society will recognize that this is a crucial junction where we will choose to stand up for the dignity of others. We choose to stand up for compassion and love. And I think that, anyone who takes issue with the matter of Black Lives Matter, it's like, I just kind of would appeal to them and think about like, if someone's going to use the response of all lives matter as a response to it, then if all lives matter, shouldn't Black Lives Matter as well? Like, shouldn't the lives being lost at the hands of the state? Like, they're not getting a jury. They're not getting a due process. They're getting executed on the streets, oftentimes unarmed, without even provoking anyone. Like, doesn't that cry out that there's something wrong with our country? Like, that's not the kind of communities we want to live in. So I would, really implore people to start thinking about like how these laws and how society is impacting the most vulnerable, and how we can actually step up and do something about it.
Some of the things that, Simon, you're right on the money throughout the whole thing, but I think a lot of what needs to happen now is that people who look like I do have to go out and educate other people who look like I do about white privilege. I have had a number of conversations with people who don't understand what it's like to walk into a building and be just designated wrong or dangerous or whatever because of how you look, because they never had that experience before. I have family members who are Black. I was married to a Black man. I have grandchildren who are Black. I know what happens to the kids. I know what people have to live with. And I feel that if it's incumbent upon me as an educator and as an activist and a writer to let people know that who look like me, that you have a responsibility to understand exactly what's going on. And if that's the case, if you're getting a step up because of the color of your skin, not only do you need to recognize that, but you need to make sure that it doesn't happen to the next person. I think if we, again, Susie Sunshine, I've been fighting this battle for a long time. I've been on the streets. I've been to a lot of demonstrations. And it seems to me it takes one-on-one to make a difference. You have to have the tough conversations with people you don't necessarily want to have conversations with. I don't enjoy conversations with people who blanketly accept politician. We can name names, but I'm just going to say a politician who doesn't do anything that is positive for anybody. So, we could go a big mess here, but I'm not going to.
No, that's all right. We don't mind.
I don't want to speak his name.
That's right. And we try not to speak that name that often. Every once in a while, it will slip out and everything. But definitely, I agree with you. And we need to have those tough conversations that oftentimes are not wanting to be had and everything. Because a lot of times folks are aware of the conversations that need to be had, but then they're afraid to actually delve into them. And I agree that those are conversations that need to be had on a regular basis. Even sometimes the conversations about those divisions that I alluded to earlier. Because I know that one of the things that the other side, and I just call it the other side, is very good at is trying to like create division points. I'm thinking about like even within the African American community, you will sometimes hear like the evangelical part of that pitted against the LGBT community because of whatever those moral codes might be that they feel one side might be more that might appeal to them more than others. But I have seen that a number of times where folks will try to divide folks even on those issues that are should be common issues, because I think we all agree that we want to see a better world, but sometimes folks will find those division points. So I was wondering, Simon, if you could talk about that, because we have seen a rise not just in the BLM movement, but we've also seen a rise sometime back in Me Too, and of course we've seen a rise in the LGBT community. But I do see that sometimes our activists are pitted against each other, and I think that that's the wrong way to have the kind of changes that we would like. So I would love to hear you talk about how we can fight against that attempt to pit us against each other.
I think we should just remind ourselves that, hey, we're all in it together. Like we have, even if our tactics may differ, because when they do, that's when oftentimes other groups are trying to exploit those differences. Remember, like, who are we ultimately trying to serve here? And I like to go with a very basic tenet of philosophy from this guy named John Rawlings. He says the rules that are the most fair are those that we would all agree to, no matter who is in charge. Like no matter what political party is in charge, no matter what person you might have in mind that you believe is your opposition, whether they are in charge or whether you, like if you could find rules that you would both agree to, then that is a good starting point. So remember, like we're all in it together.
There's one rule that is actually common to all religions, and that's love thy brother as thyself, love thy neighbor as thyself, treat somebody else the way you would want to be treated. That is common in all religions. It's said a little bit differently, but that's the one rule that, like you said, Simon, if we all did it, we wouldn't have the problems we have now. If we want to be treated.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. I know Simon said he's got to go to another meeting. I'm hoping to keep you here, Dawn, for another 20 minutes. And then, of course, we've got to go to the rest of the Peace Day celebrations. But, Simon, before you leave, I had two things that I wanted you to hopefully try to address. And I know that it might be difficult to address both of these in a short amount of time. But one of them is I would love to hear from you your thoughts and a reflection. And I'm just going to tell you what some friends have told me. They love the fact of activism and the activism community, but they also sometimes feel that they're left out, that they don't know where the activism is happening until after the fact. So I was wondering if you could talk about ways that folks can stay engaged or get engaged if they don't know where the activism is in their community. Because I've heard people say that they don't even know what the agenda is of, say, the progressive side, and they would like to see a more progressive agenda. So that's the one thing I'd love to hear from you. And like I said, I know that the second question is probably just as long and probably just as difficult, but if you can give me 5 minutes, I would appreciate it. But it is International Day of Peace, so I would love to hear your reflections on what peace means to you. So those are the two questions that I was going to ask about the agenda and how we can get more folks engaged in the agenda and what peace means to you.
Well, for folks looking to get involved, I'm saying just dive right in. Look for an organization that has similar values to you, that you believe represents something that you hold dear, and start showing up. Like sign up on their email list, get notified, and when we have events again, show up at their events when they announce them. That is the absolute best way to get involved, to start signing up. And if you want to get notified in advance, sign people's email lists and actually read their emails. In terms of the International Day of Peace, one thing that I've been thinking a lot lately is this idea of goodness. And I think that's related to peace, that a lot of times folks just assume they're like, oh, I'm a good person. And I'm like, why? What makes a person good? Or they just say this person's a good person or this person wants peace. I'm like, a much more interesting idea is to not think of it as a static state. Like goodness or even the state of peace is not like an event. It's not a one-time thing. It is a daily practice. Mm-hmm. It's much like if you want to be a good person, how do you do that? By being good every single day. It's just like if, you can't say I took a shower once, I'm a clean person. No, you can't say, I'm not a racist person because, I watch Crazy Rich Asians and I walk down the street in a Black Lives Matter parade or I have a sign. It's not just a matter of these individual actions. It's the constant striving. It's that journey. It's not a singular event. And so when we think about the International Day of Peace, think, what are you doing today? What is one step you are taking to work towards peace and goodness and bringing justice into not only your life, but the lives of others?
Yeah, we appreciate that. And like I said, I know you've got to go, Simon. If you would share folks how they can reach you and where the band might be playing and things of that nature. So if you've got any upcoming shows and where folks can reach you and learn more about the music that y'all have, then I would love you to do that as well.
Well, we aren't playing anywhere right now, but you can follow me on social at Simon the Tam. And if you're interested in more of my work around justice and nonprofit work, you can go to theslants.org. So thanks so much for having me.
And definitely that was a great conversation that we had with Simon and Dawn Reno Langley. So definitely enjoyed that conversation. And that was some amazing things that were shared with us during time, and definitely was enjoying what was happening in that conversation. But we're getting ready to continue with a more original conversation. We've got some folks that are joining us now, so always glad to have new people joining the conversation. And we've got folks that are involved in the music business. Always glad to have that happening and things along that line. So like I said, we were sharing with you a little bit about what was happening. So right now we've got some musicians. So folks, tell the folks where y'all are tuning in from. We're here on the online dinner party. And of course, we've got a number of great musicians and great folks that have been enjoyed in the past, but we're glad to have Rhythm Atkins on. So just tell folks a little bit about where you are and what kind of music you're doing and things along that line. And of course, we might be joined by some other guests as well in the very near future. But of course, we're glad to have you here on IBM.TV here as part of our online dinner party that goes on every Wednesday afternoon. So I'm sure folks would love to hear more about what y'all are doing in the world of the arts. And of course, we'll engage in the conversation from that point.
All right. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing good.
All right. I'm Rhythm Atkins. They call me Dr. Funk. And this is my brother Power.
All right.
Leading rhythm guitar for Mind, Body, and Soul.
And we have Mind, Body, and Soul, which is an organic funk band. And we're doing straight up funk for all the levels all over the world.
That's a good thing. And I know we've even got a couple of funk programs that we do here on IBM TV. My friend Zach does a program called Funk from the Front Seat. He does that every Saturday. And then we've also got another show that he does on Sunday called Funk Music with Zach. So tell us how you got involved in funk music and what funk music means to you, and just a little bit about your involvement in the scene. Because as I recall, I think you told me you've been in the game for a while. You've been actually involved in music for a while. So definitely tell folks exactly where you're based at right now and how long you've been in the funk music game.
Well, we're based out of California right now. I started out a long time ago in New York City, where I was raised. And I started in the church. And then I, as you would say in school, I graduated to going on tour and learning all styles of music, not just funk, but rock, jazz, and reggae. I was in the reggae world for a while. But my passion has always been with making people dance.
Okay.
And making people happy. And letting people know that the funk can heal you. And
yeah, I know that's one of the things that Kimberly talks about, one of our producers here, and actually she's one of the founders of this network. She's always talking about how she feels that funk music can be a healing force in this day and time. So it sounds like you would definitely agree with her that it's a healing force and that we really need it with all that we're going through, whether that's BLM, whether that's what's going on with the forest fires where you are in California, or whether that's the things that are happening with the coronavirus. So it definitely sounds like it's very much of a healing music. So would you speak a little bit as to how it works in the sense of being a healing music?
It works in a great way because we have a few songs that are on the radio And we get a lot of reviews saying our music helps people all over the world and helps them get through, like, as you said, all the issues that we're going through right now. Because people are scared. And I don't care where you come from, fear is fear.
Right.
And what we want to let people know is that you have to stay positive and you have to be true to yourself. So the funk can help you do that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Funk can definitely help you do that on a regular basis, and we need more of that happening where folks can see that how important it is and all of that. So, who are some of the folks that were your inspirations, and how long have you been doing the funk music? Because, like I said, you said you've been engaged in a number of forms of music. So, who are some of the people that inspired you?
Oh, I've been blessed to be around a lot of very influential people. Like Maurice White from Earth, Wind & Fire when I was a kid. I was associated with a beautiful man, Mr. Lenny White, which was my drum instructor from Return to Forever. And man, the list goes on and on. Maurice White and Verdine White took me under their wing when I was a kid. And that was one experience that changed me my whole life. So I learned a lot from them.
Yeah, what are some of the things that you would say that you learned from those funk masters? Because, like I said, I know a lot of times they are very philosophical in life as well. So even though I know I'm in my late 50s, but a number of times we still learn from those folks that have influenced us, whether it's in the world of radio where friends influence me. But what are some of the lessons that you learned from some of these great legends like the gentleman from Earth, Wind & Fire and a number of other ones?
The one thing I learned is always give 100%. Always, no matter what you're doing, give 100% and let people know from your heart, this is real. We're not playing. When we hit stage, we're not playing. Because people come to see you and they're giving their hard-earned money to come see you play. And they want to enjoy the experience of your music and seeing you live. So you can't walk out on that stage and not give 100%. And also, in our music, we always spread love. We've even had people that like other genres like country or metal tell us, you know, this is not our style of music, but we love you guys. Yeah. And hopefully this will continue.
It sounds like it. How are y'all dealing with what's going on now with the music industry? Because like I know a number of folks are not performing anywhere because of what's going on with COVID and the venues basically either being shut down or only doing limited performances. So are y'all able to get out and do performances now, or are you pretty much doing all virtual performances and things in your local community where they might have limited seating? So how are y'all coping in the music industry right now with all that's going on?
Well, let me be honest with you, Mark. We're eating hot dogs because it's hard. Right. No, there's no shows. A couple of people tried to do shows and it just didn't happen. So we have a live stream festival that they want us to do from California via Seattle. It's called the Hemp Fest.
Right.
And it's an honor to be a part of it because I've played it live before when I was in the English beat. And it's a good festival. And they worked hard to try to see how they were going to do it. So we're going to shoot live stream via Seattle. And they're going to have two big LED walls so people can see us. And so that's how that festival is going to go on.
Wow, it sounds like that's going to be an amazing festival. Can you tell us a little bit more about that festival and what the nature of that festival is? Because it sounds like it's going to be really interesting and really fun. And I know that y'all have been big time proponents of the hemp industry. So I was just wondering if you could share with us the importance of the festival.
The importance of the festival is to let people know about the healing and attributes of hemp and how it can we can use it in our daily lives. Because you have hemp can be used as a medicine, or you can make clothes, or pretty much a lot of things that a lot of people don't know about. And in Seattle, they have a big community that invests in hemp. So I think that's important to let people know.
Yeah, definitely sounds like that's something very important for folks to know as to how that all plays out and everything. Now, y'all are also in California, and of course, California's been hit by those wildfires. So, are y'all in that part of California where the wildfires are, and how are y'all coping with that? Because I know one of the things that we've been doing here on this network is we've been having a couple of events that we've sponsored. So, I know we did an event around the International Day of Peace, which aired actually on Monday, but then we've also getting ready to this Saturday do a fundraiser to help raise awareness and help people that have been impacted by the fires. So where are you at in California in relationship to the fires?
Well, we're actually in Kern County. So the fires are actually around us. We're in the valley. And it's sad. It's sad because I know a lot of people that had to get evacuated. And we are trapped in the aftermath of the smoke.
Wow.
So it's really concerning because we like I said, we have friends that, either had to move or was trying to deal with it. And it's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah.
And we're lucky that the fires did not come inland to the valley, because that would not be good.
Yeah, definitely can understand that. What has been your observation about the difference between the California and the New York music scene, even before COVID and everything else came around? Because I've always known that in the hip hop community, and I would even argue other communities like R&B and jazz, that they've always had a different kind of flavor. And you apparently came from the New York area, but now you're living in California. So what's been the different vibe in that sense?
Well, a different vibe is the same as the different vibe between New York City and California. California is a little more laid back. Everything is, you just keep it smooth like the waves, But New York, it's more like them big buildings, like, look, we got to get this done. Make it hard. So I grew up in that area, where you work hard. Even in the music industry, we coming up, I started real young. And I was always playing with people older than me because they considered us child prodigies because we can play really good at young age. So the difference between the music in New York on the East Coast and the West Coast in California is the attitude and the energy you put behind it. And it was the same with rap. We call it hip hop now, but
Right.
It was called rap. And when I first came out to California, we met a lot of people who was kind of funny, like, you're definitely from New York. And I'm like, yeah, because I grew up with cats like Curtis Blow and Bambaataa, all them cats in the rap industry, as well as a lot of people on the band tip, So it's the difference is, like I said, is the attitude and the energy behind it. So what we're doing is bringing that organic funk to the West Coast,
Okay.
and people are loving it.
So they're loving that real nicely and everything. What advice would you give to other folks that are trying to get into the music business, particularly in this age and era when things are so difficult? And I know a lot of folks are also concerned about even getting airplay. I've actually worked in nonprofit radio and low power radio, but I've had friends that have worked in commercial radio, and I know a lot of times it's hard to get even noticed as an independent. But then you've had things like Reverb Nation and YouTube that's making it a little bit easier for folks that are independent. So what are your thoughts about how easy it is to break into the business and advice that you might give to other folks that want to get into it?
Sure. First thing I want to start off is to let people know it's not easy. It is not easy. But with everything, it's worth it. It's just like, you go to school and you want to be a lawyer, or you want to be electronic engineer or a doctor, you're going to put in time.
Right.
And that's what we do. It's not easy. And it was not easy getting our music on the radio. Like my mom used to say, she said, you're going to have to work. Because my mother was a gospel singer, and she knew you have to put in the work, and you have to make sure that your music is solid. And what we try to do is make sure that our music can cross over to everybody, whether you're young or old. You can enjoy it and have a good time. That's why I do this, to see the smiles on our fans' faces when we play a certain song. It's like, oh, that's my jam. It's like, yeah,
That's right.
this is what we're about. We're called Mind, Body, and Soul. And it's organic funk, real. We're not up there with, you got a lot of cats, these new guys, I make beats. I tell them I am the beat.
Right.
I sit down and do anything that you do, but we're doing it live.
Gotcha. And y'all have been in the game for how long now?
This band has been together after I toured for all those years. I came home. So we actually started to form in 2012 as a real organization. We had started before, but I was too busy touring with national acts, playing behind a bunch of people. But in 2012, we started and put our foot down. And then in 2015, it just exploded.
Wow. And y'all got a couple of songs out, and we've got another musician that was going to join us in the conversation as well. So I've got the real young DC joining the conversation, and he's out of course, DC and that area. So if you would, real young DC, I'd love for you to share a little bit of your story with us and everything, but we're definitely going to continue this conversation around music and all of that. So definitely would love to hear about what you're doing. And I got your video, so I know it was a real amazing video, but I'd love to hear you talk about what got you into the music game. And of course, we've got the gentleman Rhythm Atkins as well. So he comes out of the funk world, and I would consider your music more soul, kind of hip hop kind of vibe. So I'd love to hear you talk about your sound and what you're doing and how you got into the music game.
Most definitely. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
I mean, as far as anything, as if piggyback off like what he was just saying, and I definitely appreciate what you just gave as far as on that matter. Pretty much I started young. I go by the name of Young DC. That's my stage name. Not only is it my stage name, it's my actual name. So I can't be no more authentic than that. So as far as that, DC is just the initials for my name. So that's pretty much where my stage presence comes from. As far as anything, I started making music when I was just 13 years old. It was just the fact of me just picking up a pen and paper and just started to write.
And where were you based at when you started writing? And if you give folks a little bit of that history, like where you're based at and where you're at, because like I said, Rhythm Atkins is over there in California, but I'm sure he'd love to know where you are, and of course our fans and everybody on IBM TV. And this is a global network. We air throughout various countries around the world. We'd like to know that as well. So give a little bit of your history as to where you grew up at and how you got into the music game.
Most definitely. A little bit as far as where I'm from is I'm actually born and raised here in Chicago. Born and raised in Chicago. I've been here all my life. As far as the music is concerned, it was just something that I started doing as a child, just being involved in talent shows, anything that was going on musically in the city. I just kind of made sure that I was involved. So it started from just talent shows as a kid up until now, me actually reliving out my dream because I had ended up stopping. Had a little something going on to the fact where I had to stop, but now it's like there's no stopping now. So I'm just glad I'm back doing what I love.
And I know that Rhythm Epkins was talking about the fact that it's been real hard for them to get out doing music and everything. He was talking about the fact that they're eating hot dogs, and I can relate because I actually just got my order of hot dogs from the produce box because things are a little bit complicated even for us folks in media and everything. So definitely we're all struggling in the arts and in the media. So just tell folks about how you're coping as a performer because, like I said, we are in the middle of this pandemic, and it has definitely impacted a lot of us in the arts on a lot of different ways. So are you
Yes.
doing your production from your own house, and are you doing any live gigs in Chicago, or how are things going for you where you are? Like I said, Rhythm of Epkins is in California. You're in Chicago. I'm actually here in North Carolina. So just tell us how things are going in terms of the career and what you're able to do performance-wise.
That's actually the main thing that's pretty much bogging us all as artists, which is unfortunate. But as far as anything else, the only thing as artists we can do is just this is the best time to attack all social media platforms. Because we know since everyone is at home, everyone is on the computer. So this is pretty much the best time for marketing. Pretty much is what I've been focused on during this pandemic, which is just a strong social media presence, awareness, and actually just branding out. So not more so the music, but the business side of things during this pandemic.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it's interesting that you said that because I know I've been involved with festivals for a number of years, and some of those are old heads like blues musicians and jazz musicians and a number of other art forms. And unfortunately, we all know the show side of the business, but I'm oftentimes amazed at how many folks don't know the business side, even some of the veterans that don't know the business side. So it's definitely good that you're taking that business aspect the Real Young DC. So that's real good on your part. And it sounds like Rhythm Epkins, along with their marketing team, because I know Eris has been in touch with me on a regular basis. So it sounds like y'all are understanding the importance of business and everything. So I'd love to hear from both of you your thoughts on how important it is to handle the business side of show business, because I'm afraid that a lot of folks don't do that, even the old guard musicians and the old guard, I would even argue, other forms of the art. So I'll turn it over. I guess I'll defer to age first. So Rhythm Epkins, and then I'd love to hear from the Real Young DC as well. So how important is the business aspect of things to you, and what kind of advice do you give to folks business-wise?
It's very important. What's up, DC? How you doing?
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
You know, holding it down.
Most definitely, most definitely.
Man, it's really important. We took the seriousness of the business side from day one, because I tried to teach the younger cats in the group, you know, this is a business and we got to be serious about it, you know. And I'm up every day from 9 to 2 in the office, promotion, merch, record sales, radio play, networking, and just, you know, letting people know that, like I told you earlier, the funk will heal you. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is what we do. But a lot of people, like you said, don't understand the business side of it. It's just like anything else. if you want to get your product out there, you got to be on one. You got to hit it on the one every day. And there's a lot of reading involved and a lot of counting, but it has to be done. You can't just think, oh, I do music, so I'm good. No. You got to do math. You got to do reading, and you have to talk to people. Especially now with the pandemic, this is, like I said, people are scared and they don't know what to do. And not to bring up a negative, but this whole racism thing is out of control, and we need to do something about it. So mind, body, and soul, and they call me Dr. Funk. That's my name. And when I walk on stage, I let them know Dr. Funk is here and we're going to help heal you.
That makes a lot of sense and everything. Real Young DC, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the whole concept of the arts and everything of that nature. So I'd love to hear you talk about that. And then it looks like you're also going to bring up some of the other camera angles and everything. So it's always good having multiple camera angles. But definitely, if you could, I'd love to hear you talk about the importance of the business side and all that's going on in that regards. And then I definitely want to pigtail on what Rhythm Epicans were talking about, because I was going to bring up the whole thing around Black Lives Matter and the race relations that are going on in our society. But right now, let's keep on the business side, but I do want to get to that as well. So Real Young DC, if you would talk about the business aspect.
As far as that for me, like he said, the reading, that's pretty much the main thing. Because every day there's something that we need to, learn, or something that's different, that's being new into our industry. So every day it's important to read, because there's always something new being invented or something, But as far as for me with the business side of things, it's just me. So as far as it's either business or music, I can't do both. So with that being said, for me now, I'm just doing business. I haven't made music personally, only because I don't have a team. I don't have a marketing team. I don't have a manager. I don't have nothing that other people are fortunate to have. It's just me. So everything that I'm doing is from the ground up, on everything with my leg work and my foot movement. Every night I'm emailing blogs and different people, 4 a.m, just sending out emails. When I'm supposed to be writing music, I'm sending out emails. So for me, it's the business part is more important than the music. And it's actually what I'm just focused on right now, since it's just me and I don't have other people to actually help me. So that way I can go back to the music. So yeah, it's a big thing right now for me.
Oh yeah, definitely. And earlier, Rhythm Epicans was talking about how he got involved in the music business. I'd love to hear, like I said, you alluded to some of that with the talent competitions, but did you have other family members? Because I know Rhythm Epicans was talking about having family members in the gospel industry. So did you have other family members, Young DC, that were involved in the music industry, or is this something that you developed as a skill later in life and you just kept going with it? So how did you actually get engaged in the music business, and what made you decide that you wanted to get involved in this particular industry?
As far as anything, it was just as a kid. Nobody I knew at that time was doing music that I looked up to or was influenced by. It was just something that as a child, I felt like it was the way for me. For some reason, going to school, I was always involved in talent shows. With that being said, I just started off as a child, 12, 13 years old, just freestyling. So I can say that grew my love for music, just me knowing that I can freestyle, like, hey, I can do music. So pretty much from there, it went from school on to outside of school, me actually trying to pursue it. And me meeting some people in my family that actually does music.
Oh, wow. And what's the hip hop and freestyle scene like in Chicago? Like I said, we always hear about the Atlanta scene. We hear about, of course, the New York scene and the California scene. Even though y'all are right there in that urban area, I don't know that we get enough of the vibe and the feel from Chicago. I know there are artists that have come out of there, but I don't know if they get as much airplay and time as some of those folks from the bigger metro areas of New York and California. So what is the scene like there in Chicago, Milwaukee, the Midwest area?
As far as, well, for Chicago scene music wise, I mean, we have, well, of course, what we're known for is drill music, so to speak. That's pretty much what all comes out of Chicago, but that's not it. As far as anything, that's just what we're known for. Like speaking about myself, I don't do drill music personally. So it's just the fact that we're known for that type of music, but it's also others that does the outskirt as far as our chance to rappers, in that nature, that bring, a little bit of everything to the Chicago field, not just drill. And that's pretty much my focus. Bringing not a new sound to music, but, just being a new sound to the people, as far as, not the same type of music that we are known for.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And for those that are watching globally that aren't familiar with that term drill music, could you define what that music is and how it differentiates from some of the other styles of hip hop and everything? Because not everybody's going to know. I know we got listeners that come from India and other parts of the globe, so they might not be as familiar with that term drill music. Of course, they know house and they know some of the other music forms, but they may not be as familiar with drill. So define what drill music is and how it differentiates from some of the other styles.
Yes. The drill music is pretty much it's a form of hip hop, but it's a form of hip hop where they take it in a sense of just I'm really trying to, without saying just about guns and drugs, because that's pretty much what they label it as, like it's all about, but it's really just that sound that has that edge to it that kind of give you a little energy, and places you don't need, so to speak. But it's just the energy that we bring. It's the life that we live here in Chicago. It's pretty much all in one that's built into the music, which is labeled as drill. So we have, for example, you all might be knowledgeable of Keith. His name was Chief Keef. That's one person out of Chicago that's a drill rapper, that's labeled as a drill rapper. So anything in the nature of street music, talking about things that's going on in our everyday life and relating to the message.
Yeah, well, one of the things I've always observed, and this is something I've observed from both funk music and the hip hop industry, is I'm a big fan and actually do on one of our local radio stations a blues show, and I've been involved in blues music for a while. And of course, blues music definitely has as one of its home bases Chicago, and the whole blues scene was about message and trying to keep folks informed about what's going on in the world. So it sounds to me like that's what y'all are doing with the drill music as well, that is trying to keep people informed about what's happening in the streets. And I know that that's
Right.
what blues music did as well historically and still does, inform people about what's going on in the streets as well as what's happening in the relationships. Because even though it's an older form of music, to me, blues and hip hop are like, father and son, because they're very much connected on a lot of different levels.
Most definitely.
And the same with the funk music, because the funk music has always been about messages and things along those lines. I'd love to hear from both of y'all, and you kind of alluded to it, Rhythm Epkins, but we are having this whole thing around race relations and around what's going on with the BLM movement and a number of other things. But we are seeing a number of artists and athletes that are taking an activist standpoint and not putting up with the BS and trying to get folks out to vote, because of course voting is coming up in November and everything. So I think I'll start with the young fella first and then come back to Rhythm. But how important is it to incorporate some of the messages of modern day time, whether that's voting, whether that's the BLM movement or other things, into what you're doing musically? And do you try to incorporate some activism into your sounds?
Always. We always do, because this is our world. And like I said, it's really hard to see this happening again, because we have a certain amount of responsibility to one another. And I think people are forgetting. So we're learning the hard way that we're going to have to stand together. Everybody. I don't care whether you black, white, Asian, Latino. We're all going to have to stand together because there's some bad people in this world. So everybody that's about doing the right thing, we're all standing together, especially in the music industry. You know, I have comrades all over the world, and I'm going to start a nonprofit organization called Music and Art Forever. And this is to help the families and the kids that can't afford music because they've taken music out of public schools and they've taken art out of public schools. And we're going to do something about it. And I've been in touch with people all over the world that is ready to back us and stand up and say, hey, Black lives matter. All lives matter. And the next generation matters. We have to set the ground for the next generation. That's why we try to keep it funky for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because it makes a difference. We had a review, and the lady said, I put on your music when I'm cleaning the house because my kids won't listen. But when I put on your music, all of a sudden they listen and they're dancing and singing with me and helping me clean. And I thought, I said, well, that's a good, because kids are very intuitive. They know what they like, and they know what to do in their heart. But a lot of times people look at, oh, you're just a kid. That kid has a brain, and he's using it. So we need to respect the next generation, and also the next generation needs to respect us because we've been there, and we're doing it right now. So to all my brothers and sisters out there, don't give up. Do not give up. It might seem hard and things might seem crazy right now, but the most important thing is race, and that's the race. And we're here for a reason on this planet. So people need to understand. I don't care what you do in the world, make sure you're doing it positively for the right reasons.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Real Young DC, what is your take on what's going on in the world, both with Black Lives Matter as well as with what's happening with the elections that we're about to go through the middle of in November? So are you using your music to influence people in that way as well? And if so, how are you going about doing that?
I actually am kind of during when all this pandemic stuff first broke out. It was something I had, kind of wanted to just go in the studio and do just for the people. And that's exactly what I did. I released it the same day. And it's called Better Days, just a song to uplift those who feel like this is it. There's always going to be better days. They say it's going to get worse before it get better. So, I just tried to spread a little enlightenment just through the music on my track, Better Days, during that time period. Definitely was praised well. As far as anything else, I have been a part of a couple marches in the city that I actually have uploaded. You can actually check out that I, was a part of. As far as anything else, I just want people to just stay prayed up as a community, the best way we can. And, pretty much like this is the time to just, look after each other. Like, no matter what color you are, this is a time to just let's cut all of that out and just, all be a family as one. Because like now, we need each other more than ever. So, with that being said, I feel like music, that's why I've always loved music, because it brings people together as well. If we want to talk about, in that sense. it brings us together on things like this to kind of, spread a little enlightenment on the situation and make, at least a better outlook on that path.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense and everything. And how are y'all feeling about how things are going in terms of the direction we're heading with the elections? Like I said, those are November 5th, and I know a number of folks are trying to mobilize folks to get out and vote. So are y'all using y'all's platform to try to get folks mobilized to get out there and vote? Because it's definitely coming around on November 5th, and I know a lot of folks, a lot of different camps would like to see things changed in terms of where the who's ruling out of DC. So I was wondering what kind of work y'all are doing in that regard. So Dr. Funk, are you helping mobilize people in California and young DC? Are you doing the same? But Dr. Funk, we'll start with you first. Are you helping to get people out to vote, and are you concerned about which way the elections are going?
I'm very concerned, and we had two songs that went number one on the mainstream charts. And one song is called Just a Matter of Time. And we did that song, Pete Escovedo, on percussions. And Just a Matter of Time, the song is about just a matter of time we all come together. And we have to come together and go vote and make a stand, especially on this election. And our new song that's on the charts is number 3 right now. It's called Love Is. And Love Is, a lot of people, when they hear the title, they think, oh, it's a lovely, beautiful song. No, this song is straight up funk. And it's telling you that love is the only power that's going to save us right now. Sure. So we have to vote. And our song is overseas and is even helping the people overseas understand the situation here in the United States. Because you have to go vote, and we have to make it. So that means we have to have a lot of love for one another, and support one another every day. Because I ain't playing with y'all. We got to do this. That's for real.
That makes a lot of sense, and definitely something that folks should be paying attention to, and all of that. Young DC, what you've been doing in that regard? Have you been trying to mobilize folks and get folks out to vote? And if so, how have you been doing that? Because like I said, I know that a lot of folks have been concerned about the direction of the elections, but I was wondering what your take is coming from Chicago, because definitely Illinois will be an important state for sure. So definitely wondering what your thoughts are.
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely. Like as far as myself, I have the only thing personally that I have done for the voting process is pretty much go up there myself and actually do that process on my own, and to actually like show people that I'm involved. So just me kind of showing people, because, as artists, we have a big influence on those. So even them just seeing us, taking a picture at the podium or just up there, that's why I wanted to be involved in a few marches in Chicago, so they can see as an artist, I'm not just talking. I'm in the mix. I'm right in the, you know what I'm saying? I'm where it's at. So with that being said, I've just allowed people to see that I am involved, and just off of that, my influence, hopefully is piggybacking, running down on them, letting them know that this is the way and the correct way, and what we all should be doing right now as a community.
That makes a lot of sense. Dr. Funk, I'm going to see if we can do a shared screen, because like I said, StreamYard is usually good about this. And if I can, then we're going to try to give folks a taste of that song that you were talking about, which is Just a Matter of Time. So we're going to see if this actually works and if we pull this off.
It's just a matter of time for you and me.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it
That
real.
was that particular song and everything, and definitely appreciated giving y'all a chance to hear that, our listeners and everything that are out there. So I definitely think that they enjoyed that, and you got to share a little bit about what that song was all about and why you put that one out there. So definitely appreciate you sharing that with us. So we'll be bringing some of the Young DC's music on during the course of this show as well. But definitely wanted folks to know that that was a little taste of what you're all about. So appreciate that, and definitely hope that more folks will go out there and learn more about it. So tell folks where they can reach you on the World Wide Web, Dr. Funk, and how they can learn more about the sounds that y'all are doing. And if you want to also give them the dates and the time of that virtual hemp festival that you're part of as well.
Oh, most def. You can reach us everywhere on the web. We're on Facebook. Our website is www.mindbodysoulband.com. And on Spotify, SoundCloud, everything's under Mind, Body, and Soul. And it's Mind, Body, and Stamp Soul. So we're doing I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, and one of the things that you mentioned is that you had the pleasure of playing with Pete Escovedo, and I know a lot of folks probably know even more his daughter than they know him and everything, because everybody knows Sheila E. But definitely that's a very rich family, and you had the pleasure of playing with them, and he's known for jazz and funk and all kinds of great musical talent. So tell us a little bit about what that experience was like, because like I said, I know that Pete is a true icon in the music industry.
Yes, he is. He's a legend. And I've been blessed because it's funny how me and him met. I had came home on break while for tour, and me and my brother, we were sitting there, was like, what are we going to do? You know, it was like, yeah, well, we're just going to chill. And I get a call, and it's his manager. And come to find out, Pete was here in town getting ready to do a jazz concert, but they ran into a problem because Sheila E. was going to play drums behind her dad, but Prince called Sheila for a last-minute show. So they asked around town, said, who do you think can handle it? So they called me, and I told my brother, said, well, we just ordered pizza, so but we got to go, you know. And we went down, and that's
that night.
Yeah, it was pizza night, man.
Not that night.
And that's how I met Pete, and he was very happy with my work. And to let you guys, the connection is when I was a kid, I used to try to imitate him on percussions, and to meet this man in person and to play with him, that changed my life. I was like, the world is amazing. We connected, and then he hired me to do another show with him. And I asked Pete, I said, if I need you, would you be willing to be on one of my records? And he said, anything. He said, you saved me. Thank you. And he told me, you just call me. And I was, you can ask my brother, I was very apprehensive to call him, because he's a legend.
Yeah.
So I called him. He said, I'm there. That's all he said. He said, you take care of me and mama. I'm there. And he came and we recorded just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he had me play in front of him. I was so nervous because, this man, it was like a kid, it's like, wow, man, I haven't seen my uncle in so long, you know. And what a beautiful spirit the whole family is. And
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting Sheila E. a couple of times, and she definitely has got that beautiful spirit, as does the other members of the family. So I would definitely agree with you that they are definitely some amazing folks and all of that. So and it's really important sometimes how these things happen, because I know even in my case, one time I had a local blues musician that came to my aid and everything, because I was actually in the middle of a festival that I was involved in, still involved in, but this year they went virtual like so many other folks did. But they were doing a music festival, and some folks that are, in that underworld kind of element decided to come in and steal a lot of the equipment and everything. So I remember many years ago, I had to call a buddy of mine and say, "Hey, Bobby Hinton is a local blues musician." I was like, "Do you have any equipment that can help us pull off this festival?" And Bobby, without hardly any hesitation, came down there and brought a lot of equipment after the criminal elements had come and taken the equipment, and basically rescued that street festival on that particular day almost 10 or 15 years ago. But I'll never forget Bobby for doing that, because, like I said, a lot of times these things just happen, and you got to reach out into your pool of folks that can help you, that are good spirits. So definitely I can agree with you that those kind of things happen on a regular basis. Now, I got to teach you, Dr. Funk, we've been hearing from you a lot, and we've heard comments from you. And of course, we've heard from the real young DC, but I can't let your brother sit back in the back and not at least speak to us and at least share his wisdom as well. So we need to hear from you also. So I need to know your nickname. Like I said, you're playing with Dr. Funk. Y'all got this group. So I'm sure that you've got a nickname as well. And I'd love to know your thoughts on your brother's music, as well as just your own involvement in the music game. Can't have you on the screen and not at least engage you in conversation.
As a nickname, my name is Power, and it's not really a nickname. It's just has to do with energy, focus, and trying to do the right thing. And believe me, having the name is a responsibility. It's not something that, it's not an ego-driven thing, because that makes you fall right on your face. Believe me, I've done it. But as far as the music goes, it's just like Dr. Funk was saying. We're just trying to touch people, let them know everything's going to be okay, but we do have to come together. We can't do it one person here and one person there. Everybody's got to stand together, and that's really all it's about. There's no other message going on right now.
Yeah, but I appreciate that. That's a powerful message, and a message that needs to be shared by many. And I do know about folks that got those names, whether that's Power or Love or whatever. It's not a name that you can have and not like live up to the name. So if you got a name like Power, you got to live up to the reputation that comes with the name.
That's it.
It's an effort every day to reaffirm that. Yeah.
Cool. So, young DC, I will definitely, like I said,
we have a great 8 p.m.
I'm sorry, y'all got what?
I was saying I was going to let people know, it's an 8-piece group, so we're not a small group. We have a full horn section, keyboards, bass, drums, percussionists, and we hit. And our main objective to let people know we're here to make you happy, because you go through so much in a day, in 24 hours. People just need love. And we're here to make people happy and have them gain it for their remember life. So when you come see Mind, Body, and Soul, you're going to go home dancing. You and your significant other go home and have some fun. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's for real.
I heard that for sure. Now, is the group all from California, or because the two of you are out of the New York area, but what about the rest of the members of the band? Are they transplants as well, or are they pretty much all folks from California? And then I'm going to try to, we're going to create a whole nother music scene. So I want to know, do you have space for a hip hop artist from Chicago? Because if so, I'm sure that if he can make it down there, he'll be glad to go and join y'all in a concert. So I need to know whether y'all got space for the real young DC in one of your shows as well.
Yes, we're actually recording I just finished writing a new song where I actually need somebody to flow because we're going to mix a little funk with some hip hop, and we're looking for somebody that can flow. So DC, I'm willing to hear your flow, man.
Most definitely. I was gonna tell you, look no further.
Man, it's like,
most definitely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And definitely love.
We definitely like to hook up, and anything I can do as far as doing shows and bringing you in so you can hit, it's on.
Most definitely. And like I said, it's just me. I don't have a team, so that's great that you all move as a unit and have a team as you do. That's definitely, something I would like to be a part of. But the reason why it's not that I don't want a team, why I don't have a team. It's just, when people don't have the same energy you do, you just have to cut them off, especially when it has to do with this business because, yeah. So that's pretty much what it is with me. I had to cut a lot of people off. That's all. So I'm back to square one.
Well, me and my brother been there. We had different incarnation of this, this group. And
okay.
Say, what we doing? We got to cut them off.
Yeah.
We have this joke where I say, such and such ain't working, and they be tripping. And I said, well, you know what? My brother going to fire you. Everybody know. I said, I'm going to get my brother fired.
He say, what I mean? Why I got to be the bad guy?
I was going to say, why the brother got to be the bad guy? Like, I can relate because I'm the older brother, but I got a younger brother, and I know I would not want him to be trying to fire somebody for me. So I got a younger brother. Sometimes you got to take the responsibility yourself, but you over there putting it off on Power. You're going to let Power do the firing, and you're going to get to be the good guy. Now, that ain't right at all.
Because I love people too much, and I get attached. I get attached to people. And sometimes it's hard for me, unless it's something that I just say, you know what, I'm about to deal with this. But like I said, Power, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? But the lineup we have now is beautiful. These guys work hard and they play hard. And we hit, and we've been blessed to put together this group of serious cats that understand it and understand the vision of where mind, body, and soul is going. So like I said, young DC, we're hitting a new note. And like I said, I want to hear your flow.
Yeah, we're gonna have young DC give us some of his flow as well.
Maybe we get Marc Lee.
Have to have that happen. So I don't know if you want to go freestyle for us or if you want me to try to pull up one of the videos. But also, if you would, just share with folks the message and what you think of your message. Definitely, Dr. Funk has shared what his message and his music is. But what do you consider the message of your music, young DC?
Pretty much just, bringing a fresh sound to hip hop. Pretty much, the message on not always having to, make music about one substance, showing the versatility as an artist and just all around the board musically, the different things that, can be put together without us, being in this one this one group which is drill, what we was talking about, coming out of Chicago. So for me, mainly it's just me trying to bring that new sound, something totally different, something we're not used to hearing coming from out of Chicago, but definitely if you know about music is what we've been hearing all along. It's just now not, what I'm saying, it's not the way like R&B. The way R&B used to be and the way it is now is totally different. So it's like totally I'm just different. Trying to bring that, man, totally. And I miss the old aren't like I miss all the old stuff. So it's just me trying to bring that old energy, that old sound. But of course in my own drip. Like I said, of course, me bringing it so that way people can know that, it's more to us than just drill. Me being a versatile rapper, mainly my audience is women. But as far as anything else, I make music for those to relate to. I don't try to make songs, I try to make records. And the difference with that is a song is something that a group of people can sing, and a record is something that everyone can sing. A record is something everyone can relate to. A good friend of mine always told me, if you have a 5-year-old and a 90-year-old that can sing what you're rapping or rap, if you have a 90-year-old and if you have a 5-year-old that can rap your song, then that's a record. And that's pretty much what I kind of live by when I write music, pretty much off of, what he said. Do I want to just make a song that a group of people are going to hear, or do I want to make a record that everyone will hear and relate to, whether you're 91 years old or whether you 4 years old? So that's pretty much my focus, the genuine of it, aspects of it.
Makes a lot of sense. And who are some of the folks that influenced you in the rap world? Because like I said, you did come out of the rap world, and I'm sure there were some folks that influenced you. They might have been some of those old school folks, or they might have been some of the new school folks. But who were the folks that influenced your own style of music?
Really the old school, because I actually don't listen to any of the new up and coming right now, as far as in the past 4 or 5 years, because like I said, the way music transition. I've started doing music when I was 13. So when I was doing music, it was a lot different. So the people that I listened to, the only people I listened to was Lil Wayne and Drake growing up. That was it. Those were my two main influences in the game. And to this day, that's still my main two big influences today, Drake and Lil Wayne.
Yeah, and those are them definitely great influences, and they definitely have influenced a lot of other musicians as well. Did you ever get influenced by any of the old school funk musicians? Because like I said, that's kind of where Dr. Funk comes out of, is that funk music scene of George Clinton, Parliament, and all of that, Earth, Wind, and Fire. So were you ever influenced by any of that old school style of R&B and funk music?
Yes. Every day, coming home, that's all I listen to, because my mom, that's all my mom is a lot older than me. She had me when she was older. So, me coming home from school, all I would, come home to is a little Earth, Wind, and Fire, my mom playing. So I definitely I actually know how to step. So, yeah, and a lot of young people, because a lot of people my age really don't even know how to do that. So that stepping aspect actually comes from that old school music that I used to listen to. So yes, I'm a fan of Earth, Wind, and Fire. If we want to speak on that note, and as far as anything else, I'm definitely excited to hear Mr. Epskin's project, as far as Body, Mind, and Soul. I really love the concept. I love the cover art, and I definitely agree with the structure of that. So I definitely would like to see, as far as excrement, on what you have going on as well.
Most definitely.
Yes, sir.
And they got some great music, and of course,
standing together. This is what it's about. This is an example to show people how all of us just connected. Yeah. This is what people need to see more, because what we can do together right here, imagine that times 100. We can change the situation just by voting and standing together and make it happen.
Exactly. We can definitely do that on a regular basis and everything, and we can definitely have that going on. I do have a question for Young DC and everything, because I was gonna ready to play the one of your videos and everything, but I know the one that you sent me through LinkedIn has got a little bit of that bedroom scene, and of course we are on a network that tries to keep things a little bit clean and everything. So not 100% sure, since I haven't run it by the big bosses, whether I can play that one, but as I recall, it's not that bad, the video that you did and called Wanna Do. So I'm thinking that one should actually be all right and folks can hear your lyrics and everything and not feel that it's going to be all that much of the bedroom scene. And while I had no problem watching the video, I don't want the censors to get me from the network and everything. So,
Yeah.
Most definitely. And that Wanna Do song was actually my first video shoot. I was actually 15. I'm 26 now. So that Wanna Do song was made, I think, in 2011. That was my first video. Like I said, I was 15 when I did that song. And after that song, I actually stopped doing music. It was some things in life that was going on that kind of caused me to stop. So that was after that video, I actually stopped doing music after that. I actually just came back 8 months ago into the music field. And since then, I'm on a roll because, of course, I know I have, stopped in short-term notice. So it's, I had to pick up where I left off at. So
definitely. So we'll get ready to hear a little bit of your flow from several years back. I will tell folks that they can check out, if they go to the website, they can check out your other content, and they can definitely see what it's all about and all of that nature. So like I said, I don't want Sister Kim or any of my other management folks to come back and hit me because of the content of a couple of the other videos. Like I said, I know one of the videos even has a very racy scene. The one that you sent me in terms of the bedroom scene, everybody was still very much closed and engaged. But I do know you sent me another one that is on the website where doesn't leave much to the imagination. But the lyrics are good, but it doesn't leave much to the imagination. So definitely we'll play one of the earlier ones and let folks check that out and just hear a little bit of your freestyle. But I mean, if you want to give us a little taste before we get to the shared screen of the more modern version of Young DC, I'm sure folks would love to hear that. And I'm sure that Dr. Funk would love to hear what you're all about. So if you want to give us just a taste of what you're about currently at the young age of mid-20s and everything, as opposed to this one that you were doing when you were a teenager, I'm sure that Dr. Funk would love to hear that as well. So if you want to, I'll let you do that. So if you want to give folks a little bit of the freestyle so that he can hear what your sound is all about, and go for
it. Most definitely. I used to trap after 2. Money was coming in too. Brought some Givenchy like, ooh, Machiavelli in a suit. Then I went and brought a coupe. Switched up on him like, ooh. Switched up on him like, ooh. I was in and out of juvie, baby dripping no jacuzzi. I stay high like I'm Cooley. Tired of running from the Jakes. Rest in peace, my nigga Snake. I look hungry, but I ate. Creep up on you with the 8. Okay, yeah, it's been a bad day. I got one lit in the ashtray. Do anybody know a tad shake? Then drop it, let me see your shake. Just something slight. I couldn't. I know. I was gonna cuss, but I didn't know if I could, so I just wanted to kind of just say the bars, just do the bars overall.
No, I think that they got a little bit of the idea that you could definitely got some flow, and I'm sure that they will be in touch with you to see about trying to do that collaboration, because that's what it's all about, is trying to find ways that folks can collaborate and do things together. So I definitely think that they appreciated what you were doing and what that was all about. So definitely, I know that I was grooving right here and hearing those rhymes and style. So I know that you got the skill set, and definitely I think that Dr. Funk would agree. So Dr. Funk, you heard a little bit of the freestyle. So what's your thoughts?
Yeah, man. Got that flow. That's definitely Chicago right there. That's for real.
Most definitely.
Tommy Chicago. You know? And yeah, I'm feeling it.
Yeah, most definitely. I appreciate just a little life story, me saying just a little bit about my life, a little bit, growing up. That's why I was saying why I ended up stopping music. The streets fell into that product of environment. That's why I was saying when I first started off, in and out of juvie, baby dripping no jacuzzi. I stay high like I'm Cooley, cause I'm always smoking. So just a little run through as far as a little bit about myself as well.
Yeah, I was feeling it, man. That's a good direction, because always keep it real.
Yes, definitely. And those the songs that hit the hardest always.
That's right. Like our song, like I was saying, "Love Is," it's hidden. They called us last night. It was a live mobile street show in Mobile, Alabama, down in Alabama, and they was hitting our song "Love Is." And they said the street was full. I'm like, that's it. And I said, thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Definitely.
Wow. So we're gonna try to put on this particular one of yours and everything, the one that I think is a little bit safer one to do, and then we'll go from there, and folks can catch a little bit of your earlier style and everything. But definitely, it sounds like right now you're also dealing a lot, Young DC, with a lot of the power of love, as to put it bluntly, because I definitely saw that a lot of your songs are about relationships right now. So is that where the direction of your music is going, is about not just the message of what's happening in the news, but also the power of romance? Because I did see that, like I said, the one that you mentioned to me on LinkedIn, as well as the other one that's on your website, is talking about the power of romance. So it sounds like you're involved in a romantic situation and are trying to give her some love as well.
I mean, like I said, my audience is women. That's my audience. So I always have to, attend to my audience in any form of nature. But as far as the rest of my music, is different. Every song sound different from another. Don't know one song that I make sound alike from one another. With that being said, matter of fact, I remember. I'm not sure, but there's actually a current video that I have. It's called "I Remember" on YouTube. That's not, that don't have nothing to do actually talking about a female. So actually, if you find that and pull that one up, that's on YouTube as well. And there's no cussing or anything in that nature. It's a clean video. It's not a female in that video. It's just me. So I think that'll probably be the video you should kind of
Try to find that one. Yeah, we'll
yeah.
try
So
to
that
find I
way,
Remember instead from Young DC. So I'll look for that one, and we'll keep that conversation going from I Remember, and we'll see if we can't pull that one up as well. But in the meantime, if y'all want to continue the conversation about the importance of even like what's going on with the ladies, because I do think that one of the things we have to address is not just the Black Lives Matter movement, but also things that are happening with Me Too and some of the other kind of engagements that are taking place in the world as well. So I'd love to hear y'all's take on that while I look for Young DC's more current music of I Remember. So I'd love to hear y'all's thoughts on Me Too and some of the other movements that have been coming out, because we've also heard from the Latin American community, from the, of course, our community, and definitely from the women with Me Too. So I'd love to hear y'all's thoughts on the importance of activism and music and how they are connected together.
That is very important, because we have transcended to a different level in this world, because technology has taken over. So it's very important for us as artists, music artists, and people that are in the public eye to take the responsibility to let those that are hard to be. In a lot of urban communities, our communities are very hard to be heard. And it's like that on purpose. So we got to change it. So it's very, you have to stand up. And I know a lot of times people are scared, well, I don't want to, nah. These day and times, like I said, because technology ain't scared. It's taken over. And we have to learn how to coexist with technology and the way people are thinking now, because it has changed the focus point for us thinking. Back in the day, it used to be like, oh, I need a dime to make a call. You don't need no dime no more. What you need is a cell phone. you know, you know. So, but a lot of people can't afford it because of what's going on. You know, so it's very important, and the fact that internet is running our lives, especially now. You know, kids can't even go to school no more. They have to learn on the internet. At this specific time right now, people are separated. And that's what the people that are doing all the dark stuff, that's what they wanted.
Right.
They want it because it's the old saying of divide and conquer. So in division, they will try to conquer. Not on my watch. It's not happening.
Yeah, I know that's right. Young DC, you're not that far removed from the college and the high school years and everything. So what has been your thoughts as you've been reflecting on what Dr. Funk was talking about? Because I just kind of feel sorry for my nephews. They're 11 and 12. My brother was a late life parent as well, kind of like your mother was, and assuming all your parents were. So I'm assuming both of them were late life, but definitely my brother and his lady love at the time, even though they're separated now, but they were late life parents, so they definitely had to deal with a lot of this. Because, like I said, my nephews are 11 and 12, so and he's just turned 50 last year, so definitely they were late life parents. But what is your reflections on this and what the kids are having to go through? Because you're not that far removed from them in your own age.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's unfortunate, kids can't go to school, meaning, mothers and everything can't go to work if, people are as fortunate enough to have sitters and all. So all around the board, the kids not being in school is affecting the home. And like, if home isn't right, then the kids will never be right. So I feel like it's affecting everything in a whole, in a sense of just us being able to come together and get things done. It's like now we can't get anything done. It keeps us at a standpoint. As far as anything now, the best thing I can say, because this is what I've always done, and that's pretty much read and research things on my own. So as far as with the computer and everything, like Epkins was saying, that that's pretty much the way of the world. So it's like, as long as we're around somewhere that has a computer, or even, around somewhere that has any books, there's no reason to stop the learning process. There's also other ways we can, because we don't have to be in school to actually, to get our daily bread, as far as the knowledge that we need to succeed, or, just what we're trying to learn that day. So I strongly encourage those to read, even if it's just getting on Google. And that's pretty much what I do. Get on Google and type up something you want to know and just read the article. Of course, we want to make sure that it's sites that's referenced and sites that we know that's trustworthy. But I just recommend those to just read. Just read. That's it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So right now we're going to try to bring up your music as well. Like I said, we had Dr. Funk earlier, so we're going to hear from you and the song I Remember. So get ready to bring that up right now. So hopefully folks will get ready to see this very shortly on the screen, and we'll try to give them a little taste of what you're all about. So definitely that's the game plan, and we'll see whether this all works out and all of that. So definitely hope folks will engage and enjoy the music that's about to come their way. So that's the game plan, and we'll see whether the computer wants to cooperate as well. So like I said, that could be an issue. So we'll see whether that goes on or does not, and give y'all about. So hopefully that will work out, and we'll have that going on. So as always, computers, and even in the world of the internet, like I was just saying, sometimes they don't want to cooperate. So just try not to cooperate with me right now. So I'm going to see if we can get this to work and get things rolling along. So definitely hope everybody enjoys the music that is about to come. Oops, hold on. I think I lost y'all.
I definitely see.
All
I
right,
definitely
that
see.
was not
Found
good.
it.
Hey, I remember. Hey, oh,
Hold on. All right. All right. Hold on. Well, I heard a little bit of it, so we're gonna see what happens in this regard, folks. Things do not want to be working. So
That's you definitely
is the
found
first.
you
And
definitely found
eventually
the
gonna work. We
song.
go back to something.
I remember all the hate. I
All right.
remember all the fake. Oh yeah, you don't think I see it? Balenciagas on my face. I remember yeah the day, dripping on them like okay. Remember you used to call me babe. Now these hoes wanna play. OVO it like I'm Drake. OVO it like I'm Drake. I remember all the hate. I remember all the fake. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't think I see it? Balenciagas on my face. I remember yeah the day, dripping on them like okay. Remember you used to call me babe. Now these hoes wanna play. OVO it like I'm Drake. OVO it like I'm Drake. I remember you a laugh. I remember you a hate. Saw it all.
All right. Well, it looks like we found the song, but the computer didn't want to work. So, like I said, I think folks got a little taste of what you're all about and all of that. But unfortunately, the computer was trying to have a moment of its own. So these things happen, unfortunately, in technology. So, like I said, it looks like it was trying to give us a taste of what you were all about, but did not want to cooperate 100%. So I'm going to ready to try to bring it back at a little bit time later on, but definitely I think that folks were definitely getting a little bit of your flavor and what you are all about. So we're definitely going to bring all of y'all back onto the conversation. And like I said, we'll try to bring that up very shortly because, like I said, that was the right song, but computers were trying to be uncooperative. So as Dr. Funk was saying, sometimes things in modern technology don't always want to work. So that's just the nature of life. So with this conversation rolling along, and I'll bring that song up in another minute as well. So definitely sometimes the technology doesn't want to work, but we don't stop the conversation or stop the things that are happening, because definitely it's an important conversation for us to have, and always glad to be engaged with other folks that are doing powerful things in the community as well. So definitely know that both of y'all are doing great work. Young DC, if you could, I'd love for you to tell about where folks can find you. I did pull up that website, but I'm sure folks would like to know where they can find you as well.
Definitely. The Real Young DC everywhere. The Real Young DC on Instagram. The Real Young DC on Facebook. The Real Young DC on YouTube, or you can just type in one of the songs, Young DC. I Remember, or Young DC, Baby I'm Tired, which is trending right now. As far as Spotify, Young DC, Baby I'm Tired. Apple Music, Young DC, Baby I'm Tired.
All right. And I had asked Dr. Funk earlier, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well, because you've been involved in the game for a while, and of course, not as long as Dr. Funk is. But what advice would you give to folks that are trying to break into the music business? Like I said, we heard from Dr. Funk and some of his advice, but I'd love to hear your thoughts and what advice you would give.
I would say stay independent. And I'm saying that especially for those who don't have insights about music. Is the best way is to learn on your own. You don't want to learn from no one else, because anybody can tell you in this business, they will tell you anything. And it's like, if there's not someone you know that have your best interests at heart, they're going to try and get over, or they're going to try. See, it's unfortunate to say this, but this business is the most shadiest business there is. So for that reason, stay independent, stay to yourself. Unless you have that team that you know you're all on the same path, the same vibe, and that they have your best interests at heart. So, like I said, with that being said, don't, because they're trying to turn you into something you're not, which is totally the main thing that usually happens to new artists when they get into music, because they're so hyper and just want that fame or that publicity to the point where it's like, okay, I'm willing to sell this contract. I mean, sign this contract or do this. And at the end of the day, the outcome is a lot would have been a lot more better if you would have just stayed, on your own path. So, like I said, my advice is just staying true to yourself and just learning the business yourself. Don't learn it from no one else. Learn it from yourself. Look up on YouTube the business. Read about the business. Don't let nobody tell it to you, because you never know what these days what they're saying, if it's true or not. Honestly,
That's right.
That makes a lot of sense. What's your thoughts on that, Dr. Funk?
All right, man, that's the way it is. You be true to yourself. Because, you got people out there, they'll tell you anything. Because their main focus, they trying to make money. And you look good. So you got to stay true to your people that you got working with you. Because this business is unforgiving. Because it's one of the biggest industries in the whole world. So you got to and be strong, and always let people know exactly where you're coming from. It's not about being all gully. It's about being true. Foot planted, and let people know you're just not going to go for anything. Oh, we're going to give you this. No. No, let's go back to the beginning. How's this going to play out? To always be true. I had a question though. Who is that lovely lady in the picture that you showed?
Oh yeah, well we do this thing called the online dinner party, and it's actually a contest that goes on. So that was actually one of the folks from years, well actually not years, but weeks ago. It was one of the contestants. So if you follow history, and I'm actually going to run across the banner, but that's one of the things that we do. We have banners of clues that go by. So we've actually got two folks that'll be what folks have to guess who those people are and everything. So that's kind of what the thing that happens on the online dinner party. Unfortunately, we've been having only one person that was a guest that actually guessed any of the folks right, and none of the audience has guessed right at all. So we've only just recently started the game, and we're 0 for 8 or 0 for 10. So I've been trying to make it easier. Believe it or not, one of the folks that the clue was last week was Shakira, and nobody got Shakira either. So, like I said, I gave a bunch of clues, even said a leading Latin American artist. So, like I said, I'm surprised that nobody got Shakira, but I thought I was giving folks easy clues, because I will admit that I was being a little bit obscure, because a lot of folks might not know Pauli Murray. That's a great historian lady that was here in Durham and did a lot of civil rights work. She actually was one of the original writers of Brown versus Board of Education. So I will admit that some of the folks that I've had in the past have been obscure people for folks to guess, but I thought the last couple of weeks I was being very easy, because I know one of the weeks it was Shakira, which was last week, and it was also Annie Oakley. So like I said, if you just follow Westerns, you should know Annie Oakley. And then I also gave them one of the other weeks, the notorious criminal out of, I believe, Chicago. So I gave him Dillinger, and Young DC, folks didn't even know who Dillinger was. So like I said, I gave him John Dillinger, and I gave him clues about the crimes that he committed, the wooden gun, everything. Yeah. And nobody bought into knowing Dillinger either. So I've been surprised that folks have not been having the best of luck. But I'll run the banners in a little bit, and it won't be this young lady, but there is a American person out of the sports world and a international person. And I think, once again, that they're both fairly obvious, but we'll see how folks go with that and everything. But in the meantime, I've eliminated a couple of the screens and things of that nature. So we're going to try that video one more time and see if it works. So hopefully this time it will come through.
With me now, I remember all the hate. I remember all the fake. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't think I see it? Why? Balenciagas on my face. I remember your day. Dripping on them like okay. Remember used to call me babe. Now these hoes wanna play. OVO it like I'm Drake. OVO it like I'm Drake. I remember all the hate. I remember all the fake. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't think I see it? Why? Balenciagas.
So we go all the way to the beginning and start back because that's what we do.
I remember all the hate, I remember all the fake. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't think I see it? Why? Balenciagas on my face. I remember your day, dripping on them like okay. Remember you used to call me babe. Now these hoes wanna play. OVO it like I'm Drake. OVO it like I'm Drake. I remember all the hate, I remember all the fake. Oh yeah. You don't think I see it? Why? Balenciagas on my face. I remember your day, dripping on them like okay. Remember you used to call me babe. Now these hoes wanna play. OVO it like I'm Drake. OVO it like I'm Drake. I remember you were laugh. I remember you were hate. Saw it all up in your face. Now I'm popping like okay. Police wanna shake, hold on, drop it for me, wait. Give me water for the faint, hold the dudes, give me drink. Laughing, but I'm at the bank. Boom, boom, hit a base. Can't keep up with the pace. Yeah, I'm hot, I was late. Margellas on the waist. Yeah, I'm fly out of state. With me mod, they gon' hate. With me mod, they gon' hate. Remember when I had cars, you was looking like you hard. I just didn't wanna stop. Now, baby, do you want a job? Baby, do you want a job? Remember when I used to rob? Pull up on them like I'm hard. Ball on them from the side. Push start when I pause. Baby, I be going hard. Niggas fly up on you how? Acting like they hold you down. Acting like they hold you down. Nigga, you ain't been around. Now you fucking with me now. I remember all the hate. I remember all the fake. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't think I see it? Why? Balenciagas on my face. I remember your day. Dripping on them like okay. Remember you used to babe. Now these hoes wanna play. OVO it like I'm Drake. OVO it like I'm Drake. I remember all the hate. I remember all the fake. Oh yeah, by the way, you don't think I see it? Why? Balenciagas on my face. I remember your day. Dripping on them like okay. Remember you used to call me babe. Now these hoes wanna play. OVO it like I'm Drake. OVO it like I'm Drake. Motherfuckers wanna hate. Oh, you motherfuckers think it's sweet. It's a new year, man.
All right, then the folks can go there and subscribe to that channel and everything. So definitely that was some powerful lyrics coming your way. So definitely I think folks got a little taste of what you're all about, Young DC, and I definitely think that they will be impressed by what you were doing. So you heard them flow in the more modern version and on a video. So what did you think, Dr. Funk?
Yeah, it's fine. I like that. I like the message. That's for sure.
Yes, that's pretty much my focus. Every song that I make, try to have a message, a reason behind the song. Like I said, as far as the relativity is concerned, but just kind of, everything I write, I kind of try to have a story behind it. So that's pretty much the situation. That's like the song where that we was actually going to play at first. We were saying the bedroom scene. It's the song I have called Baby, I'm Tired. And it's pretty much about it's pretty much about, us as men, how we work all day, no matter what we do, we come home and we still got to please our wife. And it's like some days we don't feel like doing it. Some days we don't feel like doing that. So the song is pretty much about you coming home from work and your significant other being too tired. So that, like I said, even from that point of view, everything that I write is pretty much story driven.
Okay. Yeah, same here. Like we have a song, It's called All I Do. And it's pretty much about the man, woman, all I do every day is for you. Every single day. And that song hit on this radio program that they're going to send over to Italy and France. Because it's a love ballad, and telling her every day is all about you. I go to work, everything I do is for you.
I like that. Hey, Trey, I love that, actually. I love that.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, we're gonna do a video to that one. Once they give us the words okay for us to go outside. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, this is good. You know,
Yeah.
I like connecting with my brothers. You
That's
know,
what it's all about,
and
is
we
making
need.
those connections and everything like that. So that's one of the things we try to do regularly here on this network as well as in general. So definitely I agree with y'all that that's something that needs to be happening on a more regular basis and things of that nature. So definitely, and we've had folks, because I know one of my producers is out of India. So he's out of India and he's always talking about different things that he'd like to be involved in, even trying to bring some of that music to India. So definitely, hopefully we'll get a chance to do that. There's also a young lady that does the program here every Sunday called Alexandria Mays Cafe. So she's actually in South Africa, one of the white musicians out of South Africa, but she's definitely involved in that music scene and was actually traveling between here and Nashville because she's very much into the songwriting community, the singer-songwriting community. But with COVID, she's not been able to travel as much, but she does do that show every Sunday afternoon and connects to musicians in that way. So there are a number of musicians that I know that are ready to travel the world, but unfortunately, what we're going through, they can't do it right now. So that's one of the things that is happening on a regular basis. And definitely folks are trying to figure out how to stay engaged and stay positive and everything. What advice would you give to folks as they're trying to deal not just with Black Lives Matter, but also the pandemic? Because I know you've got folks out there that don't want to wear the mask. They don't want to do different other things. So when you see folks that don't want to do that, either in California or Chicago, what is your reaction or response to them? Or do you try to find ways to get them engaged that they should be able to do that? So I was wondering what y'all's thoughts are about the mask and the vaccines, because I know a number of us are not going to rush to get the vaccine based on what happened at Tuskegee and a couple of other places. And we're concerned that that trick could happen again. So I was wondering your thoughts on the mask as well as the vaccines that they're trying to find. Dr. Funk? I think you're on mute. Yeah, Dr. Funk, you're on mute. Oh, hold on a second. Let's see. Maybe that's on my end. Yep. Nope, that's on your end. Yeah, for some reason his mic isn't connected. Hopefully he'll get that mic reconnected and we'll hear his thoughts on that. Young DC, what's your thoughts on that in terms of, like, I know that there are probably even folks that you're seeing in Chicago that aren't wearing their mask, and that probably surprises you. I know when I'm here in Durham, I'm seeing folks that aren't wearing the mask, and it sometimes surprises me as well. So what are your thoughts on that?
What surprises me is people being outside in the first place. I said to I said to the fact of the realization, if you're not literally like, if it ain't about money, I don't understand why you're outside. Like I said, I haven't even went to I'm very big on working out. Outside of music, I love to work out, go to the gym. I have not been to the gym at all. And they opened up a month ago and I still haven't went. I told them to just close my account down. I'm very big on health. As far as that, they said I can come to the gym, wear a mask, but still, I'm fine with quarantining at home. I just feel like if you're not literally, if you don't have to go outside to work or have to go to work, if it don't have nothing to do with work or your kids, I just honestly feel all around the board, people are just free balling it, just being outside at what cost, just to catch corona because you want to go out and play or you want to go to a party. So I just feel like here in Chicago it's very big because, they walk around as if nothing is going on and we're still out here partying. So with that being said, I just feel like, if you don't have nothing to do as far as like job or, kids, then you shouldn't be outside to begin with. So I don't agree with the people being outside in the first place, not to even come outside with a mask on as well. That's another thing.
Gotcha. What are your thoughts on that, Dr. Funk? We were having something going on with your mic.
Yeah, I think we're back on.
Yeah, we are.
I don't I don't really understand what the problem is. You know, it's simple. There's a virus and people are dying. You know, wear your mask.
Right.
You know, like we say, like all the homies say, what the problem is. You know, wear your mask. You know, if you can learn how to follow rules, this is going to not protect just you, but protect your family and everyone around you. And it's not hard.
Yeah.
You got them people running around ain't real. If it's real, then we're dying. You know, you got to use your brain. You know, but you know, you got certain people that want to be rebel. You know, like Young DC said, you know, they want to be out in the street balling. You know, going to parties. You know, not following the rules. And it's like you're gonna wake up sooner or later, because I don't think a lot of people understand. This is not just United States. This is the whole world. And some countries already have the vaccine. And we're really skeptical on the vaccine, like you said, because a lot of people are scared. We don't know who to trust. You know? And that's why I commend all them people on the front line, as far as our doctors and nurses and scientists that are working day in and day out to find the right vaccine and the right way to distribute it to the community.
Yeah,
but one thing we have to understand, we have to follow the rules, man. It's not hard. Just do it until we get to a certain point where it's like, we're good.
And they're not complicated rules. I mean, they're basically only asking us to do three things, which is wash your hands on a regular basis, which should be common sense for anybody anyway. We should have been doing that even before the pandemic came around. And then they're asking us to keep socially distanced if you are out in public. And I agree with Young DC that a lot of folks are probably staying in home and quarantining on a regular basis. Or if you're going outside, wear that mask. It's basically three simple rules that they're asking you to do. So it's not like rocket science. They're not asking you to do a lot of complicated things. They're asking you to do three very basic things that anybody should be able to do on a regular basis. But folks are being stubborn. They want to hit the nightclubs. They want to hit the bars. They want to hit all of these other things. And then when they get sick, they wonder what happened. So like I said, it seems to me that it's very basic what's going on, and there should be some very basic rules that anybody should be able to follow.
Yes. It's like you said, it's so simple. Anybody can do it if you want to.
Right.
So we need to stand, especially with the younger kids, because they don't understand. So we need to be example for people. You know, like it was about a few weeks ago, I was in a store. And, you know, this brother, you know, he was wilding out, you know, no mask, being loud. He was definitely high and not being 6 feet apart, and he yelling at people and stuff. And he walked up behind me. I just straight told him, you need to back up. I wasn't playing. You know, oh man. No. Back up and put your mask on. You know, because people are scared and they just wilding out. They don't really know what to do. So what they do, they go out in public. You know, but that's the wrong high. You know, it's a certain way, like the Rastafarians say. You know, I enjoy my spirit high. And you know, experience that at home. You don't go out in the public tripping. You know, so I had to put him in his place.
Wow. Have you had any experiences like that?
For everybody else.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Have you had any experiences like that, Young DC, where you've had to put people in their place as well? I know you said you basically quarantined, so have you stepped out of the house at all, or have you had any experiences where you've had to put somebody in their place similar to what Dr. Funk has been doing.
No, not exactly. No, you up on that one, but that's definitely that's definitely the way to go because hey, if you don't care, that's on you. But hey, I care about my life, So
Right.
man, big ups on that one. I ain't mad at you looking at
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
You know, 'cause
definitely.
I got things to do, man. I can't be messing around like that.
Yeah,
You know,
most definitely.
you know.
Yeah, because it sounds like both of you have deep goals, and it doesn't matter where in the stage of life you are. You both got things that you want to accomplish before leaving this plane that we call Earth. So it definitely sounds like both of y'all are engaged in conversations around what's happening in the world, whether that's relationships, whether that's what's happening politically or social justice, or even I would imagine that both of y'all are involved to some degree in what's happening in the environmental and climate change world. I know that there's a lot of pollution over there in Chicago. Of course, y'all are dealing with the wildfire. So I'm thinking that both of y'all are using the arts to even deal with some of the environmental issues that are happening as well. So do either one of you have any songs that deal with the environmental aspects of what's going on?
As far as
I already
as far as just
songs.
on environmental.
Environmental or social justice. It can be both.
Okay.
Or you can play environmental in it. What about you, Dr. Funk?
I don't have any songs that deal directly to the environmental situation, but we do have a song out. It's called "Do It Right," and pretty much that song is, let you know to do it right. Everything, whether it's, people don't understand. You got to maintain your automobile because if not, it's going to let out more pollution than it needs to. Right. And you just add to the cars, So I'm really big on automobiles, because there's too much pollution everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, and I'm very aware of the whole climate changing issue because it's drastic out here in California. You can tell it'll be like certain times of the year. You're like, wait a minute, it's supposed to be cold. It ain't cold. Something's going on. You just got to pay attention to the signs of what's going on. And we do recycle.
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing. Recycling is very important. And I imagine you're even seeing that in Chicago. I went to school back in the 80s in Milwaukee, and I remember that it used to be cold for a whole lot of months, but I'm sure that even now y'all are seeing things, young DC, where it's different than it used to be. So definitely.
It get cold in Milwaukee.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
It gets real cold in Milwaukee. But young DC, are you seeing things where it's even kind of changing the environment where you are in Chicago? Because I know Chicago's always had those brutal winters, because I went to school in Milwaukee and I know there were brutal winters there. So that was back in the 80s. But have you observed in your 26 years some changes in the way the environment is now? Are the winters still as bad as they used to be, or are they there's some months that things are a little bit better?
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Those winters was the best winters. That's when snow was actually 10 feet on the ground where we could make snow angels. Like that's when like the whole the foundation of winter was, you know what I'm saying, was real. Now global warming has took over so much. Our summers are now winters. Our winters are now summer. As far as anything, they're very short. Like now, I will say usually it will be snow on the ground in October. It hasn't even snowed yet. So with that being said, winters are shorter than ever, and summers are shorter than ever. And it's the winters that you're used to. We haven't had that in like 6 years, I would say. It hasn't really been a cold winter or a winter where it was drastically a snowstorm how it used to be. As far as what we talking about snowed in winters, yeah, we haven't had that in years.
Wow.
So yeah, global warming has really messed us up.
That seemed like
global warming's definitely messed.
In New York, it used to get cold. I'm talking about you didn't even want to go outside. especially in Manhattan, because all those buildings, the cold just get trapped. And you come walk around that corner, it felt like somebody hit you. You know, it's just everything was frozen. So it's different now. It's different.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's everywhere. Other than Switzerland, they stay the same.
Well, they've been neutral all their time, so they've always been neutral. I guess they go stay neutral, maybe avoid the climate change and everything. But it's been really interesting watching even how the sports world has changed. I'm a big sports fan. I was watching the basketball game yesterday, but I don't know about the two of y'all or the three of y'all, but I can't get with watching this sports in a bubble because, like I said, seeing fans in the audience and like watching this virtual version of the NBA is not the answer to me. So, like I said, you're in a definitely NBA town. You're over there where the Lakers are and everything. So not quite where they are in the sense of LA, but you're in California. So how are y'all relating to this whole sports world and everything in this virtual world? Because I'm having a hard time even watching the games. I mean, after a while you blank it out, but I'm used to seeing the audience kind of like, heckle folks and give the players a hard time. And they're doing it from a screen doesn't do the same thing.
Well, to be honest with y'all, I don't really follow basketball. I'm surprised. What's up, man? You don't like the b-ball? No, I love it, but I don't follow it. You know, like I said earlier, I'm a car guy, so I'm in the NASCAR. You know, don't let my color change. You know, I can drive, and I know what I'm doing behind the wheel. So I'm in the NASCAR, and even that, you know, with this whole situation is different. You know, because when people are racing, you don't understand doing over 200 miles per hour, inches away from another car, that's skill. Because people have problems doing 65.
That's true.
You know?
That's
So that's what I'm into. But like you say, you know, it's weird because, you know, you watch the races, like you can't feel the energy. You know, like it used to be, like, you know, you go to the races and it's like, it's loud and people yelling, and, you know, it's like now it's just watching the cats go around, and they're doing their best to keep it interesting, but it's different. Definitely different.
Yeah, it's definitely different. Dr. Funk, I'm thinking that after the band takes off and you make all this great money and everything, are we going to get a Dr. Funk NASCAR team? Are we going to get a Dr. Funk NASCAR team that's ready to go out there and take on all the big boys and everything?
Yeah, I need a couple more hits, and we can do that. You know, my family, my godfather up in Seattle, we build muscle cars. So that is something definitely that can happen. You know, we get some more hits out there, and, you know, get the do-re-mi rolling in, and we get Young DC on a couple of tracks. Who knows where we're going to go, you know?
Hey, most definitely. Hey, you already know. Definitely,
Yep.
definitely glad to be a part. Let's do this.
You know?
So he's ready to get on the NASCAR tip as well. So Young DC is going to join the NASCAR team and maybe go be one of the owners as well. So what is your sport of choice, Young DC? So
Yeah, I don't want to be no crash dummy. I don't want to be the crash dummy.
Man.
Definitely. So, Young DC, I was asking, what is your sport of choice? Or, like I said, I'm learning that Dr. Funk's into NASCAR. And by the way, one of our producers, Ankit, is in India. He's in New Delhi. And he's always teasing us because he wants us all to get involved in cricket. And I've told him that game is much too long and takes much too much time because, you know, they have short matches, but some of the long matches can last for days. And I did say days, right. So it's more than one day. So yeah. I'm like, no, I don't know about that. So what is the sport that you get into, or what do you do for outside activities when you're not doing the music?
You'll probably find it interesting because I feel like I'm one of men who actually don't look at sports. I don't watch basketball. I don't watch football. I don't watch baseball. I've never been a type to look at TV or watch others doing anything. Honestly, that's why I was saying like I really didn't have any like much influences as far as in music as well, because I didn't grow up watching things. I just grew up always outside. I was always doing stuff to the point where when I came in, it was too late to watch what was going on or what everybody else was talking about outside. So yeah, my favorite sport is basketball. When I was in school, I was on the basketball team. So I know how to play ball. I love basketball. It's just something I don't watch. The last time I would say when I was into watching basketball was when Chris Paul was on the Hornets. And Chris Paul is actually one of my favorite players if we talking about point guard. CP3. As far as anything I do outside of music, like I said, it's really just working out. I'm big on health. So just, me staying in the gym. If I'm not in the studio, I'm in the gym working out. So that's pretty much my two locations, the studio or the gym. That's where you can find me.
Gotcha. And I've noticed that from a lot of entertainers, even Dr. Funk. I'm thinking you probably do some things in the gym and other things to keep involved because you're doing that high energy show. So I'm thinking you got to stay in shape in order to do that high energy show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because we're not the type of group where we just stand there and play. I'm all over the place. You might see me, I might jump off the stage. I've done it before.
Yeah, I've seen it.
There ain't no thing to do it again.
You scared me. No, that's nothing right. To do it again.
Yeah, I scared that. Say what?
Well, we've been joined in the party by a fellow podcaster, so I'm glad that Margot Lovett has joined us in the conversation. So she is a podcaster and does a lot of podcasting work and is definitely doing some great things. Been having a conversation with the Real Young DC and Dr. Funk. So Dr. Funk is a funk musician out of California, originally from New York, and the Real Young DC is out of the Chicago area. So we've been just sitting here cutting it, talking about different things, everything from music to BLM to a number of other things going on. So definitely, if you would share a little bit about yourself, Margot, and what you're all about and what you got going on.
Well, first of all, thank you for this invitation. And it is good to be with some musicians because you know what? I really, really believe that it's the musicians and the poets and the writers that are going to bring about peace and well-being to our spirits. And I just, back in the day, I used to play the music for the folks that weren't signed by companies and stuff like that. And so I bow to you fellas. It's wonderful to be here with you all. But hey, I'm old school and I really bring on reinvention. I'm all about those of us who come out of corporate America and we want to write those books. We want to become podcasters. And yeah, we want to become entrepreneurs. And that's what my show, Her Business, Her Voice, Her Conversation is all about.
Cool. That's it. So tell us a little bit about some of the things that you've learned from that podcast and some of the things that you're doing on a regular basis, and just tell us more about the podcast, because I do know, like you said, that a number of folks have reinvented themselves, and that's part of what we were talking about even here, because the Real Young DC had talked about how he had some bad moments in the career, and even though he's a young man in his mid-20s and everything, he stepped away from the game for a while, and then he decided to go back into it. And the same could be said for Dr. Funk, because he was definitely engaged in music for a while and got out of the game, but is now back in it full force. So in both of their cases, even though there are different age ranges, they have had that moment of stepping away and trying to find new directions. And of course, with all that's going on with COVID and BLM, and we've talked about that during the show as well, is getting people to start to reflect and to think about ways to engage or re-engage themselves in the community. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on folks that are getting back into the field after being away from it for so long. Because like I said, I know a number of folks that are in new jobs now, or they've actually been furloughed. So they're trying to figure out, what do I want to do with my life? And some of them are stepping into podcasting world, whether that's streaming podcasting or whether that's other kinds of podcasting. And some are stepping into, I've got friends at Grubhub and DoorDash and Uber and Lyft. So we're finding folks doing different kinds of businesses because we all got to survive. As Dr. Funk was saying earlier today, he's living off of hot dogs because it's a tough business, and we've got to try to survive. And I can't argue with you because I just got my produce box. I'm actually looking at it right now, and it involves like some celery, some bananas, and yes, there were some natural hot dogs in there as well. So I can relate to this kind of like trying to survive and trying to survive any way that we can. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, Ms. Lovett.
Ooh, you know what I'm finding? And I'm laughing and I'm smiling because, honey, it used to be just the oldsters that were going to get pushed to the side. Now it's everybody getting pushed to the side these days. And coming from corporate America after 26 years, I didn't step away. I quit. It was like I was at flood stage and way over my head. And people said, girl, you crazy for quitting that good paying job, you know. But it turned out to be the best thing that I could do. And what I found is that there are a lot of people who just last year, I don't want to learn Zoom. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Everybody was hunkered down in their comfort zone. And now we have literally been pushed. It's like, you gonna get up out of here, bang, bang, one way or another. And, you know, at first we were all paralyzed and scrambling. And now I have people saying, girl, can I get on your show and just talk about my book? Ooh, can I come on? Because I'm launching this new project and I want to see how it's going to float. So now people have once the dust settled, people are coming on around to the power of podcasting. It is an awesome marketing tool, and the power of, you have to change, and we're all in this thing of change together. It's not just this big scary monster where one or two people decided they were going to take their chances. You know, it's like, hey, I told you all, you better get on out there. And this podcasting thing, it's like, we should have been in this thing yesterday, you know. Because back in the day, it was a hobby for me, and I wish I had stuck with it, but I got that pod fade and all of that stuff. But the last 3 years, it's been constant and solid. And now when I say something, people say, girl, you know, you were right. You know, it's like that. So I think it's the rest of you all. How are you all feeling about that? How are you all being approached by people this day? Other people approaching you all, and glad that you threw your hat in the ring and got started?
Yes. We're on a new plateau because we're meeting people of all walks of life because of the direction our music is going in. And not that I stepped away from music, I just changed genres. Like I was saying earlier, you know, I went from gospel to jazz, dance music, reggae, rock, blues, country. I done played it all. I mean, I done did bar mitzvahs, if you know what I mean. I'm not Jewish. So, you know, this game in music, you know, you have to survive. You know, you have to take care of your family. So I learned how to play a lot of different styles of music, and I play multiple instruments. So that it enabled me to work, because one guy called me for bass, another guy called me to play drums, somebody else would call me for keyboards, you know, somebody would call me, hey, we need a percussion, I'll go down and play. Or some people just call me and say, hey, can you come down and sing some songs with us, please? We need a lead singer. Sure. You know, so that enabled me to keep working. And that's why I understood what my mom said. She said, you were born to do this. 100%. Don't, you know, because when I play different styles of music, there was racism within the music industry. You know, even when I played country music, you know, they would look at me like, what is this brother up here doing playing country? They all shake my hand. I'm, oh my God, you're so good. You know, so you have to beat them with kindness and beat them with love. Because if I'm gonna sing a song, I'm gonna sing it with love. I don't care if it's a country song or what it is. So I want the next generation to understand, don't be prejudiced of music. If it's good music, try to learn it, you know, because anything good is an opportunity to learn something good and do something good. So,
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Miss Lovett, you talked about leaving corporate America, and what was that like? Like I said, a number of folks, I know that I'm here in Durham, and of course, there's a number of big corporations here, and like Dr. Funk was saying about the racism that exists in America in general, and definitely in the music business, I would say that both the racism exists in corporate America, and there's that glass ceiling that you had to face twice, because it's a glass ceiling both for people of color as well as women. So you were facing the double-edged glass ceiling. So I just wondered if you could talk about your experiences in corporate America and what was that like, and how you are using that as a tool within your podcasting.
Well, I was listening to Mr. Rhythm, and what I kept hearing was he was consistent. He was sure about his gift, and he knew that if he learned drums, he was going to be marketable. If he learned bass guitar, he was going to be marketable. He knew if I would imagine if he played the violin, he knew he was going to be marketable. So you do what you need to do, you skill up, and you learn all that you're supposed to do. And that's when you're in your own entrepreneur vein and in corporate, just so that you can keep your head above water. But it wasn't what got me out of corporate America was the fact that, and I'm surrounded by men, so nobody please be offended, but I got a call one day from someone, a man, and it was just ridiculous. Sent chills down my spine, and I talked to people up 26 years. But that day, that call, it took me all the way back to something that happened to me when I was 19 years old, and I couldn't shake it. And I went to HR twice about it. They did nothing. I looked around one day and I said, you know what? I'm tired of being scared that he's going to come in this office. I can't work like this, So I got my stuff and I quit. I just quit. I didn't know that I had to quit because I really had to get back to podcasting. I really had to get to teaching people my age, boomers, how to podcast. We got to step out and do things afraid. We have to know that there's a life after that 40-hour paycheck and they'll work you for 80 hours and you're management, so you're supposed to do this, and you better do it with a smile and you better be professional. And you got all these 80 billion different hats you better wear for $100,000 a year or something like that. That's good money. But when you think about what you have to go through, how you have to always stay ready so that you can be ready, it's like, I can't do this no more. And then something happened and you all don't take care of me. I'm out of here. As y'all say, deuces. I ain't doing this no more. But you have to recognize those things and take care of yourself so that you can come back, be resilient, and you can come back stronger, faster, better. And people look at you and say, girl, I didn't know you could do that. Well, you know what? Sometimes you don't know what you can do until you pressed in the corner and you got to come out kicking, and you better.
No,
you ain't blaming nobody. You better.
I'm with you definitely on that. And that makes a lot of sense because I know I'm imagining, Ms. Lovett, that you probably, when you've seen some of our quote unquote leadership from DC and what they've been doing, you probably sitting there going like, I can relate to what some of those ladies have been going through as well, because you had that experience in corporate America, because that's what it sounds like you're describing is something that was kind of that abuse that we've seen from the most high powers in the land doing that. So you sound like you had that on the corporate level and just could not put up with that anymore and tried to do the correct way of going through the correct channels and still met a brick wall because they did not want to give you the due respect that you needed. And all you were doing was just asking for respect for the job and respect for what you were about and not to be abused in that way.
That's right. RESPECT. Just give me some respect. I could have went on, but oh no, it wasn't for me to, and it's obvious that we're all here and there was a fork in the road for probably each and every one of us on this call where we had to draw the line. And as they say, I drew the line in the sand and I couldn't go no more and it wasn't coming after me anymore. So it all turns out good,
Definitely. And tell folks about what you're doing with podcasters, because I'm just amazed the way that you are helping to support other podcasters as well. So you're not just doing your own podcast, but you're supporting a number of other podcasters as well. So I'd love to hear what you're doing. And who knows, I've already set up some new businesses. We're going to have the Real Young DC performing with Dr. Funk. We're going to have Dr. Funk starting a NASCAR team, and the Real Young DC will be helping him with that, but he does not want to be the crash dummy. So we've already created some businesses within what happened in this conversation. So who knows? Maybe the two of them will also start a podcast with you or do a streaming one on this platform. So like I said, we're all about encouraging people
Most
and
definitely.
things of that nature. So definitely tell folks about what you do with the podcasters and how you engage them.
Well, I learned, and thank you for this opportunity. I learned how to podcast from one of the baddest brothers under the sun from Detroit, Michigan. His name is Brother Bedford, and he is the one who would interview millionaires, Kathy Hughes and Dr. George Fraser and all them bad brothers and sisters that are just doing it, you know. And I wanted somebody. I've been doing podcasting as a hobby, but after a while, I took a year off, and I knew that's what I wanted to get back to. So I hired him, and he helped me get my voice, and that's what I help people do. Find your voice, find your why, and align that with the audience that you are intending to connect with. And the rest is history. After that, from that, you can build out from your equipment, build out from what podcast host you're going to go with. You can find out how much fun you're going to have, or are you going to be all straight laced and suited and booted? What is your persona? You know, so you do all of that groundwork. How, when people see you out in the street, are they going to notice you from behind the mic, or they're going to say, "Hey, I thought you was different. You sound different. You look different when you get from behind that mic." Are they going to be able to relate to you? You know, all of that stuff. And you don't think about that, but these are things that he taught me how to podcast from the inside out, so that you can be yourself. You don't have to put on, as my mama say, no coup de grace and popping your lips. You can build that podcast out so that you come through, you relate to your audience, they relate to you, and then this wonderful magical connection comes because you know your why, you know who you are, you're cool with your equipment, you haven't spent a whole lot right out the gate. I'm not going to tell you buy this $10,000 mic and you're going to make it to the top. Go join this network and you're going to get 1 million downloads in 1 year. No, that did happen for me though. That did happen for me, but I'm not going to, that's not the norm. You know, I joined the network.
Right.
Yeah, that isn't. We got to
it's the word. It's the word. Tell them it's the work you had to put in.
Thank you. If you put in the work and you show up and you consistent. That's why I like Brother Rhythm here. Stay consistent. Somebody gonna pick you up. A magazine is gonna pick you up. A network will pick you up. And don't be looking around at everybody else. You do you. You let them do them, and everybody gonna come out all right. That's what I have found. You know?
Yeah, you're so right about that, and it's amazing that you're doing that kind of work. But one of the things I find out from the podcasting community, whether it's the more traditional radio podcast or the streaming podcast, is a lot of folks do get caught in the numbers, meaning that they want to know the latest numbers and the latest figures. And unfortunately, podcasting doesn't really have a Nielsen's rating, so it's even hard to kind of like engage or know what the exact audience is. You can find from the comments and a number of other ways you can find out how you're reaching out to people. But I do find people sometimes get too caught up in the numbers game, trying to figure out whether they're more popular or somebody else is more popular. So, you know, you might not be able to catch up with Joe or some of the other morning Joe, that is, or some of the other big games that are out there, but you can still have a very level and very solid audience, even in your own community or in your own crowds. And those can be global communities and global crowds. And one of the other things that I found that I would love to hear you talk about, and maybe even hear Dr. Funk talk about it as well, is that sometimes folks get too caught up in wanting the latest and greatest equipment. And while it's great to get that equipment, I've also seen some amazing podcasts that are using some very basic laptops and very basic mics and some very basic equipment. So I'm not saying don't get the fancy equipment, but if you don't have the money or the resources to get it, you can still do some quality programming without that until you get enough revenue and enough things that generated that you can get the fancy equipment, the fancy space if you don't want to do it from your home or your house or whatever. So definitely, take the steps. But that's just the way that I've always approached it. But I was wondering your thoughts on that, Ms. Lovett.
Well, you know what? That's real talk. And it's rare when you find people because everybody's an affiliate and they got some kind of vested interest. And if you buy this high price mic right from the get, then they're going to get a little kickback on it. And that's not right. You can do an ATR 2100 and do just fine. The thing packs up. You can take it all the way to China if you want to, and you're going to be just fine. Do it on a laptop. I'm sure that there are workarounds in the music industry. Everybody's not starting out with these big old studios where you got all the sound, what is the puffy gray stuff that y'all music folks know what that is. Everybody doesn't have that, and you're still going to be okay. But yeah, we get caught up in who's doing what, and then we get into this imposter syndrome thing and feeling like we're not worthy. Listen to your own voice and be true to yourself, because you know what I found out once you start looking around and comparing yourself, that's when you dim down your light, and somebody's waiting to hear from you. They don't care what so-and-so down the street is doing. I'm here in Southern California. We are in 4 different quadrants of the globe here, right here on this one streaming podcast. So somebody's listening from everywhere. And that's the beauty. That's the magic of it. If I was nothing, I would venture to say, Marc Lee, you love your show enough to say, I can't have that junkie woman over on my show messing up. So I must have some value. So I got to come on. You know what I'm saying? You got to come on with your value and just go ahead and do you. Yes. Because that's what it's all about. There are over 1 million active podcasts going on now since COVID. It just pushed the needle all the way up. You can't be afraid about that and go out and get a big old road podcaster thinking that's going to push you up to the top on the new and noteworthy. You got to put in the work and do what you're going to do. I mean, and I'm just going to say this one other thing, because I'm surrounded by musicians. Saskia LaRue. I had an opportunity to speak with her, and last year when things were going good, her calendar was packed solid. She was all over Europe. Do you know good and well, overnight, boom, nothing. Her and Warren Bird been doing their thing out of their home. Sure have been every week since March. They made that pivot. My word is reinvent. And that's exactly what they've been doing. So I think that as podcasters, we're going to have to continue to pivot, reinvent. Okay, I want to be on this show, so let me show up over here. Let me make sure I reach out to so-and-so. I'm long-winded. I love podcasting, though. I see the power of it. The power of podcasting. I love it.
Got some great power, and you're doing a great job definitely selling that power and everything. But I'm sure even young DC can relate, because he's doing his studio out of his house, and I'm sure that he's got some good equipment, but there's things that he wishes that he had that he does not have, but he's just going to use what he's got and continue doing that development of the hip hop. So like I said, you've got some great equipment over there. You're hearing what Miss Lovett has got going on, but you probably got things that you would like to have equipment wise, but you're not going to let the fact that you don't have it stop you from doing the lyrics that you're doing on a regular basis. So talk to me about that.
Before it was equipment, it was pretty much just recording off the iPhone. So the phone being up and me rapping into the iPhone, stopping it on the phone, cutting it up on the uploading the files from the phone into the program, and then mixing a record down from a song that was recorded off a phone. That's pretty much like, things as far as in that nature, like that's just something that you can do if you don't have, and that's something that I have done, which is just record off your phone and then mix everything down. Because once you have it on your phone, then you're good to go as far as to upload the file, the WAV file, to be able to mix down. So just in a sense of just, finding, even if it's just your phone or anywhere you can record, just recording it. You just want to record it so that way you can have that sound, because you definitely can. A week later, you can go back to a song and forget the flow. But if you had it on your phone, record it, then it's almost as if like, okay, it's a preparation spot for that way when I do get to a spot where I have the accessories I need, then I could piggyback off of what I did on the phone. So just because you don't have what you need, don't think you can't take your talent on the phone and then bring that with you once you do have everything you need. It's just the fact people are so caught up in the glitz and glamour, like, oh, I want to be in a big studio. I want to have a big soundproof room. You know, people get caught up into the glitz and glamour, but people have made some of the best songs on their phone, on things that people really don't want to use because it's not what everybody else is using. That's pretty much some of the best sounds I came out of. So I just feel as if, you know, you find what you want to do, like you said, as far as your voice. Once you have your voice, I don't care what you record on, where you record at. Can't nobody take your voice away from you. So that's pretty much the first aspect on anything, finding your voice, and then knowing that once you have that voice, it don't matter what you record on, it's gonna always come out you because it's your voice.
Yeah, that's real true, and that's very much true. I know that even here, I recently had to do a virtual event, a virtual festival, and so they asked me to remember some memories of Centerfest, which is our street festival here in Durham, North Carolina. So I wrote those out. I mailed them to the person, which is the person that runs the Arts Council, and they came back to me and they were like, on second thought, we'd like you to do that an audio version. And all I did was put those same script that I had given them, as well as some additional insights that they had that were not mine. So we created this script, and I recorded that off of this same laptop that I'm using right now, and using a program called WavePad, which is very much similar to Audacity. And I just used that, did the recording, shipped it to them fairly quick, and they were like, that was fast and that was good. And I was like, hey, that's what I do. So, like I said, sent it to them, got it done. And something similar happened with a friend of mine that is a professor. And this was like maybe last year, but they needed somebody to do the voiceovers for their course because they don't have the greatest voice in terms of like some vocal issues that they have. So they asked me to record the voice for their class. I knocked those out. They sent some money into my PayPal, so I also got paid for it, which is always a good thing. We like to get paid for our work. So definitely those are just two examples that I can speak to that I've had in the recent year and a half or so. Because the other one, the thing with the universities was before COVID, even though I'm talking to them now about doing some stuff even in this era that we're in now, because they're back at another school, not the school that I recorded for them at, but another online university and another physical university. So we're in the process of negotiating that and seeing if that happens. Dr. Funk, what are some ways that you have used that are not that common? Like I said, the young DC, we're talking about recording on the phone. Miss Lovett, we're talking about different ways that she's recorded it. I gave some examples, but some ways that you've recorded that are not the norm.
I have to tell you, man, doing this ever since I was 8 years old, I came up with some very interesting ways to record. My family was not rich, but my stepdad, he worked hard. And one thing I can say about my family, we stuck together. My uncle, if you needed something, he'd get out there in the streets and try to find it. So I learned actually how to record on my own because my uncle, that for his birthday, a reel-to-reel and a Kai reel-to-reel. And our piano was upstairs in the dining room, and the reel-to-reel was downstairs. They had built the basement and turned it into a club. So I used to have to run wires from upstairs down to the basement, plug in the reel-to-reel, and I would run back upstairs, I'd turn it on, run up the stairs, play the piano, then run downstairs, turn it off. Then at that time, I wanted to play bass, but my mom bought me a guitar. So I took the bottom 2 strings off and played it like a bass. And I turned all the bass up on the amp. And so I would hit that record button and play along with what I played on the piano. And then I'll run back upstairs. And then
Stop it.
He's clearly very fit.
oh, I was on it.
3 flights of
And
stairs.
then I had to run back downstairs because my drum kit was all the way in the back of the basement. So I'll just throw a mic back there and have my headphones and try to hear what I play so I can keep time. And then by the end of that whole process, I was tired, but I kept going. And I would listen to it. And my mom came home. I couldn't wait for her to hear what I did. And she said, "Boy, what you been doing in this house?" Because I had wires and stuff everywhere. And I let her hear, and she go, "Oh my God." So she called my uncle and said, "You got to come see what this boy done did." He done turned my house into a studio. And on my stepdad came home, he goes, "That's very innovative." He said, I like that. So that was my beginning of recording, and like I tell the young cats now, I say, hey, use what you got. Use what you got to the fullest, and I promised myself when I left home, I would never my gear. Because a lot of people, oh man, I got to get rid of this gear. I need some money. But no. If it's music equipment, something that I use to make money in my career, this is my life. So hence, here at the Mind, Body, and Soul House, we got gear.
Yeah.
People come to this house and they're just like, dude, and when we show up to shows, we're self-contained. We go to the show and the sound company's like, man, y'all ready? Yeah, we ready. We ain't playing, because one thing Maurice White from Earth and Fire taught me, he said, always be prepared. He said, you never know what you're walking into. Always be prepared. And anything and everything can happen on stage. You never know.
That's for sure.
I was in Japan and we were in Osaka, Tokyo. We were on stage and one of the guys tripped. We were all stepping. I was back behind the kid and I saw what happened. One of the horn players tripped. He hit the other guy. The other guy hit the other guy. The other guy. And they just went down like dominoes. And this is in front of I'm just back there, laughing. Then next thing you know, my drum tone broke. Boom! And I went back off the other stage. So anything and everything can happen in live music and in recording. So I've seen a lot of stuff, and me and my brother are very worst. How can I say, we're very kind of intimidated in the whole sound industry because we work with a lot of different sound companies as far as doing sound and production. So it's an honor to teach the younger cats, how to approach it without looking at a computer all the time. You got to use your mind and you got to use your ears. Before you hit that button, use your ears. See what it really sounds like. Then enhance it, because it's a certain thing we call is overproducing. Never overproduce. Keep it real. And if it needs it, then you enhance it.
Yeah.
That's how my mom taught me how to cook. She said, if it don't need salt, boy, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
That's real true and everything, and I can definitely relate because one of the things that my younger brother teases me about is I get to do the limelight, whether it's here, whether it's on radio, because I've done regular radio on the nonprofit world as well as in community radio, or whether it's on the streaming podcast platforms like this. But my parents actually started a nonprofit radio station in Warren County back in the mid-'70s. So I'm in my late 50s now, but they started that in the mid-'70s with no background at all in the media. They had no background in radio, no background in, my dad was an engineer, but it was more like that civic or civil kind of engineering. It had nothing to do with radio engineering. And mom was a guidance counselor. So they started a radio station that lasted for about 10 years, but I got to do a lot of radio at that time. And that's actually where I developed my skill set in terms of radio and announcing and MC work and all of that. But my brother actually helped build the station. So he will sometimes tease me because he'd be like, yeah, Mark, you got to do the limelight. You still get to do the limelight. But when it came time to actually pick up the hammer and the nail, that wasn't you. That was me. So he gives me a hard time about that because he actually did the physical building. So I can relate to what you're saying about running up and down, because that was an old, I think it was either a doctor's or a dentist's office. And the building, I think, still exists in Warren County, but they had to convert it into a whole radio station. And like I said, that was in the mid 70s, and it stayed on till about the mid to late 80s. So it was on for about 10 or 12 years or so about, and it did go to one other location in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. But for the most part, it was there in a little small town called Warren County. So definitely can relate to what you're saying about seeing that thing built from scratch and the way that you built your recording studio basically from scratch, running up and down. So definitely can relate to that and everything. So definitely have to share your thoughts on that, and glad that you shared those, because those are real powerful thoughts. Ms. Lovett, want to come back to you as well, because we've had this great conversation with the gentleman, and I'm glad that you were able to join me and everything. When you talk to those great business folks, like you mentioned George Fraser, I did have the pleasure of meeting George Fraser a couple of times. You've mentioned a couple of other folks that you've known that were business pioneers in the African-American community. And of course, you were in corporate America. What were some of the lessons that they taught you that you now bring into your podcasting work, or that you use for your daily life?
The first thing that comes to my mind, it comes from Brother Bedford, and he taught me patience. He said, now look, you're coming from an employee mind to an entrepreneurial mind. You're coming from you're coming from corporate mind to that of building your own. You're the accountant, you're everything. So you have to show patience. And that's a hard word for me. I'm used to make a decision, calculate it out, make a decision. That's what we're doing. And it's based on this, and this. I'm used to that. And it's not necessarily that way. Take a moment, sit back. If you step away for a day or two or a week, there's a different way to look at this. So the main thing is patience. And from Kathy Hughes, my takeaway is this thing of clarity. You can't really make a move if you're not clear. You really, really can't. It's too much. You'll waste a lot of time if you're not clear. You can make tweaks and that type of thing, but your foundation has to be built on clarity. So those two things I live by. And when I get in the worst trouble, when I move away from them, that's when I always mess up. When I get in a hurry and when I go and I'm not really clear about something, and I got to be true to myself. Do you really know this? Do you really want to know this? Can you really make a decision about this now? That's that podcasting from the inside out. That's that living from the inside out. Do you really want to be associated with that person? Because, as you know, Mark, and I'm sure the rest of you fellas, you get people who want to work with you, attach themselves to you. And if they ain't about nothing, you don't really want to be over there. Why are you wasting your time? And they should see that you shouldn't want to be with me right now like that, Right. So does that make any sense?
That makes a lot of sense, because actually that's something that young DC was talking about just a minute ago, because he was talking about how he had to basically fire some of his friends because they weren't acting right. They were part of his team and things of that nature. So I'm imagining that these folks that you let go of, young DC, were part of your friend circle, but you didn't find them engaged in the business world.
Yes, and it's crazy because usually people, it usually be your family. Mm-hmm. One person was actually a cousin of mine who actually does music, but like I said, when the energy level isn't clashing, then it's best to just parting ways in a better form of nature. Not so that way it's nothing personal, but when it has to do with your business, you want to be in a position where if nobody is on the same level as you, or at least not trying to get to the same level as you, then they're not gonna do nothing but slow you down, if not hold you back. So with that being said, um being by yourself sometimes is the best, because at least you know you don't have any distractions. Now it's straight you, and whatever you need to do, it can just come naturally through just you doing what you got to do. And people will, like we just said and talked about, people will see that, and then that's when other opportunities come about. So definitely don't be discouraged. Um, if it is the case, then yes, that's pretty much the standpoint.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
that
same
makes a lot of
thing.
sense.
Same thing we went through.
Go ahead, Dr.
Because
Funk. What were you saying? Because I know you went through that as well. So I love for
yeah,
Miss Lovett to hear what your thoughts were. Because, like I said, you had to let go of some people, and like you said, you. Oh, by the way, Miss Lovett, you missed the conversation earlier, but Power, his brother, who's sitting back there in the cut with him, apparently Power is the firing man. So, like I said, Dr. Funk tries to avoid the firing, and he lets Power do the firing because Power gets to handle most of the firing.
yeah, because it's you pull people in. I love people, and you want the best for everybody. And me and my brother, we've done this on our own. We didn't ask for no help. So the people that are around us have to have the same drive. They have to have the same positive outlook and know exactly what they want to do. So we had some people that, I'm sorry to say, it wasn't working. It wasn't clicking, And yeah, we have that joke because I get attached to people too much, and I say, bruh, here you go. And I get out, But on the real, you have to understand, just like when you're writing songs or you're producing a show or arranging music, like Ms. Lovett said, you have to know the right time and the focus and have the clarity to finish this project. Because if you don't have a good foundation, that house is going to fall.
Yeah.
That's why sometimes, like, my brother see me and I'll start writing a song and I got to do the horn parts, and then I'll show him his guitar parts. And then, I might say, you know what, I got to step away from this for a minute. Because you have to be clear on where that project is going and what this song is about. I don't just write songs just to write a song. I write songs that's going to mean something and have a foundation so that any DJ or anybody, when they put that song on, they're going to what we feel when we go in that studio. They're going to feel the message behind the song, and they're going to feel that funk. They're going to feel that rhythm. And they're going to feel what I'm singing. Because I don't sing anything that I don't know what I'm talking about. You have a lot of us out there get out there singing, but they don't even know what they're talking about. So the situation, and I really commend you, Margot, because podcasting, the way you're doing it, must respect, because it's real.
Thank
you. You have to come up and yourself and communicate and connect with people on a real level, and that's what keep your longevity. When I walk on stage, that's how I got the name Dr. Funk, because we were on the coastline of California, and I told the whole crowd, packed crowd, I said, the funk is going to heal you. And these young college kids that were up front, they just started saying, Dr. Funk, Dr. Funk. They got the whole crowd doing. So that's how I got the name.
Wow.
But like our friends in the industry, management, and different people that we know, they said, that's you. That's you. Because a lot of people know my name was understand why why'd your mom name you Rhythm? Because I was the wild child. When I was born, she knew I was going to be the one. And my uncle said so. He was there when I was born. He said that he's the one. So rhythm actually is one of the 7 hermetic laws in the universe. Rhythm of life. So my name has a duality. Spiritual. And that's why my mom named me Rhythm.
Wow, that's amazing.
So,
she named you Rhythm, and then, like I said, your brother's named Power. We got the young DC, and we got Miss Lovett in. I think we might have one other person that's going to join us as well. Hopefully, he'll reveal his camera and everything. But Brian, can you hear me? And can you tell folks about what you've got going on in your world? If you can hear me and everything. Otherwise, hopefully, we'll just hear the audio if you don't. But definitely, Brian, if you can hear me and if you can share a little bit about what you're all about. We've been having a conversation around music, around life, around just general things, but we'd love to hear your comments, Mr. Brian.
Before he speak, Brian is actually the one person that I can say is a part of the fact that we was going through the whole team financial and everything like that. But this is actually one person that's actually that's been in my corner through music, as far as just being an ear on sound, letting me know advice and behind the scenes as well, as far as everything related to music, just being that one person I can talk to and who's actually who I feel that's a part of my team, the little team that I do have, which is us.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like when I met DC at first, like it was all about just like working out, just getting to know each other and stuff. It was really cool. I found out he was a really cool dude and stuff, and like I really enjoyed actually like kicking it with him and stuff. Then one day we were just kicking it, and he told me he used to rap, and like I always been into music and stuff ever since I was a little kid. So when I told him go ahead and spit some stuff, and he spit like his first like one of his first things that he wrote down to me, I was like, bro, that's it. Like I told him go ahead and go for it. Like he said he stopped it, but then I was like, I don't know why you ever stopped. Like I feel like he could have already been on by now if he ain't never stopped. To be honest with you.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Ms. Lovett, I'd love to hear your thoughts, and maybe you've got some words of advice. And I forgot to mention earlier, we did have the website for Young DC, and of course, we've had the website for Dr. Funk, but folks might be interested in knowing where they can find your information at. So, Ms. Lovett, if you will share with our audience where they can find your information and what the podcast that you're doing, because you're doing a number of podcasts in addition to coaching podcasters. So just let folks know where they can find you.
Okay. Really just one podcast, and it's her business, her voice, her conversation. But don't let the title fool you. I got a bunch of men all over the globe that are listening also. All right. Because, because good information is good information. I mean, if you want to learn how to write a book, well, it's not just for women. I have men that come on to the show. So I've really, really grown and having so much fun. So I'll just make it easy for everybody. Margot Lovett, LOVETT.com. That's where anybody can find me. The Academy is podcastacademyonline.com, but I'm thinking about changing that because you know what? Somebody pulled my coattail and said, girl, don't nobody want to go back to school and learn too much of nothing these days. Give it to us quick. So if you talk about Academy, you turning people off right away. And I had to laugh. I couldn't get mad. I said, girl, you about right. So if you all have some kind of thought about that, but the basis is that I just teach people how to imagine their podcast, build it out, and then let's launch it. And then let's last past that dreaded 8 episodes. Everybody kind of crash and burn after 8 episodes. But no, I want to see everybody, especially us Black people. I'm sorry, us Black people, men and women. We got to get on out there and take our fair share in this podcast world. That's just how I feel about it. Okay, I'm not getting on that soapbox. But wait a minute, you ask a question. I done got off on something else. Sorry.
No, you actually answered the question because I was asking how folks can reach you and everything. So you actually did answer that question. But I'm going to let you get on the soapbox because I let Young DC and I let Dr. Funk get on that soapbox because we actually earlier were talking about their thoughts on getting out to vote, BLM, and the mask. So you can take all of those and get on your soapbox because we like soapboxes, and definitely we would love to hear your thoughts on everything from what's going on with the virus and people trying to either not wear the mask or not do what they're supposed to do, or also your thoughts on race relations, because like you said, we're all in that club of folks in the African American community, but definitely we've got folks that are listening around the world. One of my producers is out of India. I know I've got some other folks listening in South Africa, Malaysia, and a number of other places. So give the folks a little bit of your thoughts on what's happening in the United States in terms of race relations and around the election that's coming up in a month and a half or less than a month and a half.
I tell you what, I will tackle that thing. I'm sorry.
I had an idea for you because you asked for an idea. How about this saying?
Let me get my paper and pencil. Go ahead, Rhythm. I got my pencil and paper. Let me write this down.
All right. Just say loveToLoveIt.com. So love to and your last name, loveIt.com.
Oh Lord, I got it. I'm gonna put it in the hopper.
I use my Newton.
No, you use your noodle real well because you've been in music this long. You know how to use your noodle real well because ain't no punks and no chumps gonna hang out too long in the music industry without using their noodle.
That's real talk. But Ms. Lovett, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what we're talking about in terms of like voting and in terms of race relations going on in society. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Let me say something about this doggone.
We gotta go.
Yes.
I got to.
All right. Well,
we gotta go.
Yeah, they've got to bounce. So I'm going to let Dr. Funk go, but we're going to continue the conversation. Dr. Funk, it was a pleasure having you on and learning about your music. And of course, we are looking forward to having more conversations with you in the near future. So, and you've already teamed up with the Young DC. So definitely sounds like there's going to be a business opportunity as well. So I'm going to let you bounce, but I do want to hear from Ms. Lovett. So I just want to let folks know that you're heading out. Just really quickly before we get to Ms. Lovett's comments, if you've got any words of encouragement that you'd like to share with folks, we're always liking to do that on the show. So, Dr. Funk, if you've got any words of encouragement that you'd like to give to the global audience, we'd love to hear those now.
Never give up. Never give up and know what you're worth. Because, like Ms. Lovett said, we wouldn't be on this show if we wasn't worth something. And Brian, we didn't get to know you as much as I want to. But keep doing what you're doing, Brian.
I will.
And DC, we're gonna hit you up, brother.
I most definitely appreciate it, man.
And Mongo, it's an honor and a pleasure to meet such a strong Black queen. And you keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Marc Lee from Dr. Funk and Power, Mind, Body, and Soul, we're coming at you.
Sounds good. And I look forward to having y'all back in more conversations. I know y'all got to do other things as well. So definitely I'll be reaching out to y'all. And of course, I'm glad that Eris, one of y'all's marketing people, put us in touch, and look forward to having more conversations with you in the very near future. But I'm going to let y'all get to y'all's next meeting and continue this conversation. And we'll get ready to wrap it up very shortly. But I do want to thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
All right, man.
Yeah.
I definitely be in touch.
All right, then. So, Ms. Lovett, not letting you off the hook, but definitely your thoughts on what's going on in terms of race relations and in terms of us getting out the vote and everything.
Yeah, this thing of race relations, WOM Lead, which is a women's leadership magazine, allowed me to write an article on Black Lives Matter. And the editor-in-chief, she reached out to me, and she's married to a European gentleman. I said, "Are you sure you want me to write this?" I said, "I'm not holding back." And it took me, and she said, "No, give it to me straight. Give it to me the way you're feeling." And I took it back to, we always want to go ahead and say Black lives matter, Black folks matter, but then somebody's always filtering in all lives matter or LGBT lives matter. And I said, no, let's keep it right here. Black lives matter. Can we resolve that? And then today I hear where there were 3 officers with Breonna Taylor. Now, none of them charged with murder for killing her. The one that was held up on charges, 3 separate charges, is because he shot into a neighbor's apartment. So now, where is the justice in that? The bullets that killed Breonna Taylor, they said, were shot. She was shot in self-defense. Because the boyfriend shot out, and they had to shoot also. So I say all that to say we have a long way to go. We better get out and vote. I had a chance to speak with Susan Taylor, and she also said we have to vote. If we don't, we have no right to say anything. And I happen to know there's some people in my own dear beloved family that did not vote last time. And now look what happened. And they moaning and groaning, bitching and moaning. And I just say, you know what? Can't say crap about nothing because you threw a log on that fire, you know? So I think these 4 years have taught us all a major, the outcome has been brutal. So we can't be naive. And we can't say marching is fine, Dr. King marched, but we better get some folks in there and hold their feet to the fire so that we can make some changes in D.C., in the legislation. I want to see real young D.C. come up with some music that's always going to challenge this establishment, always keep pinning people up against the wall. Don't let anybody be comfortable with too much of nothing. That's just my take on it.
No, I agree, and I appreciate it. Brian, you joined the conversation. I heard from the real young DC and his thoughts on this. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what's going on the voting scene and on the kind of race relations and all of that. I'm assuming that you're also in the Chicago area as well, so I'd just love to hear your perception on how things are going.
Well, when it comes to voting, I feel like everybody should come out and vote because I was always told, hey, if you don't vote, you can't complain about whatever happens. So I honestly believe your vote does count. Your vote does count in a way, but you know how society works with electoral votes and all that other stuff. It just makes people feel like it doesn't count for anything. But I do believe people should get out and vote because if we don't, y'all see what happened last time, and then you had a whole bunch of other people voting stupid stuff playing around last time, and you see what playing got us. We 4 years later, we in this mess. 200,000 people have gone because of coronavirus. RIP to everybody that we done lost, and now it's just I feel like racial tension is really at its peak at this point because I mean you got I don't know if y'all knew y'all looked at a lot about the looting in Chicago and stuff, but during that weekend of May 28th through the 30th and stuff, it was just a whole bunch of kind of racial tension and stuff, between Hispanics, white people, black people. It was everybody thought everybody was wrong. So I feel the racial tension is really built up. And I feel it's all a ploy. I feel they kind of want us to do that. They want us to divide and stuff. But at the end of the day, we got to all realize we all in the same place. And we all want the same goal. We just want peace. And we all want equality.
Yeah, that's real true. We actually celebrated International Peace Day on this platform on IBM TV on Monday. And that's one of the things that we had people from around the world giving their reflections on what peace means to them. And you're right. A lot of it is we all want the same things in terms of respecting each other and having respect given to us. So definitely that's something that's going on that we all would like to have happen. Ms. Lovett, and I'll probably come to you as well, Brian. One of the things that me and Dr. Funk, along with Young DC, were talking about was this whole thing of folks in the coronavirus and the pandemic that we're in the middle of. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this and why folks are not masking up. Because like I said, it seems to me that folks should be masking up and doing the other things that they're asking us to do. I will acknowledge that there are a lot of us in our community that are concerned about the vaccine and are worried about the vaccine because of things that have happened historically, like the Tuskegee experiment and things of that nature. So I would like to hear your thoughts on, one, the vaccine, but also us trying to be protected, whether it's social distancing or whether it's masking or whatever it is. But I was wondering your thoughts on how we're handling the pandemic.
Honestly, I feel like everybody's gonna agree with this. I feel like Trump has just messed all this up. He ain't going about this right at all. Everybody should be wearing a mask. And I ain't gonna lie, I can't be a hypocrite about it because at first I wasn't wearing a mask at the beginning of the pandemic because I'm what I got to do all this for? I don't know. I'm skeptical about everything America tells me to do. So I was just skeptical about doing it at first, but then after a while, I started seeing everything that was happening. So I'm like, yeah, like masking up is very important, and it does like reduce like, you know, the infection of coronavirus in your body. So I believe masking up is very, very important. And my bad, what was your other question about?
No, we're talking about that masking up and also your thoughts on the vaccine. And then I want to hear from Ms. Lovett as well, because I do know that some folks are skeptical, like you were about the mask, about the vaccine, because of what's happened historically in our communities, meaning Tuskegee. And that's just one example of things that have been used in our community in a negative way.
Yeah. Well, with the vaccines, I don't know. With vaccines, I don't never really get a vaccine shot, to be honest with you, because you know, a vaccine shot is basically like them just injecting like the flu up into your body and stuff. So I don't never really trust that, because like at the end of the day, like coronavirus, like to me at first it was just like, you know, it was just a typical flu. Like as long as like you stay healthy, eat your vitamins, and like keep your body healthy, you're gonna be able to avoid it for the most part. So I felt like a vaccine kind of wasn't really needed for the most part. But like, if you do want to go out and get it, I wouldn't like, you know, push away from it. But like at the end of the day, it's all up to you, to be honest with you. I can't really even like say to go one way or the other.
Understood. What is your thoughts, Ms. Lovett?
I think Brian makes a good point. I'm like him. At first, I didn't buy into the mask thing either, because I'm like everybody else here. You know what America says is it always has that double standard to it. You know, it always has something else attached to it. But I go with the science, and I'll mask up, and I feel sorry for those that feel like it's a choice of theirs now. I think that's a political divide. I mean, what's his name? Herman Cain went on to that convention, and he just come out of cancer. You know, he dead and done. He ain't even here to celebrate and vote for his boy now, you know. So, and didn't have a mask on. His boy didn't have a mask on. So you see what happened. But I don't know. I'm not going to go for that vaccine. I'm sorry. Because one thing I learned is that what's good for white folks is not necessarily good for black folks. Now we are all set up different, and they rushing into this stuff. You can't tell me that if they can't give everybody the same cancer treatments because of race, what make you think you can give everybody the same coronavirus vaccine and everybody gonna be all right? I just don't believe that. So if I get in the hospital and I'm almost dead, I think, well, let me go on and see Jesus. That's how I feel about it. But while I'm standing, I'm not gonna rush. I'm gonna do like Brian, stay healthy, take my vitamins, and go on and wash my hands, mask up, and keep it moving.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Definitely, I can agree with all of y'all on that and everything. By the way, y'all have been seeing these banners go through. That's one of the things that happens at the dinner party, and get ready to wrap up the show very shortly and everything. Want to thank Young DC for being on, and Brian for being on, and of course you, Miss Lovett. I've also got another show that I need to put you in touch with, because we do a podcaster show on Thursday, so I might want to have you come on that and talk about podcasting to that crowd too. I believe that's at 1:00, but I need to get in touch with Nick, one of the founders of this network and everything. But like I said, usually, and folks have to do it during the show. So, Young DC, I hate to tell you this, but I think I'm going to be 0 for 10. The fans of the show are not going to get the answers once again, because they've not been following. And of course, one of the rules is they have to do it during the live part of the show. It doesn't count if you go back into YouTube or Facebook or any of that and watch after the fact, because then you can just go fast forward or go backwards like we were doing with your music and find the answer and things of that nature. So I've been rolling these different clues, and folks have not been buying into it and not been giving me answers, but I will reveal the answers very shortly. I will also tell y'all some of the clues that I've been rolling through and see if any of y'all know, because I did have a fan in the show, or somebody in the show, that was able to figure out one of the people, which actually surprised me, because he knew an answer all the way from one of the African countries and everything. But yes, he knew the founder of Kenya, and he was actually able to figure it out, the answer. So I'm going to just recite some of the answers, and if y'all know it, y'all can tell me who you think it is, and that can be in there. And I might even figure out either through the dollar store, which is one of our sponsors, or some other ways to get you at least a prize and everything if you figure it out. But one of the clues of this sports person is she was born in 1972 in Selma, Alabama. She was named FIFA's World Player of the Year in both 2001 and 2003. And the daughter of an Air Force pilot, she moved often with her family throughout her childhood and credits her brother Garrett for encouraging her in sport. So that's some of the clues. And in 1991, at the age of 19, she was the youngest team member in history to win the World Cup. And Go for the Gold, a champion's guide to winning in soccer and life, was written by her. So that's definitely some of the clues that I was given of this particular person, who, as you can tell, if they were involved in that world, they must have been in the world of soccer. So you can also find her name inducted in some Hall of Famers, such as the World Football, and by the way, that's football for soccer Hall of Fame, the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, the National Soccer Hall of Fame, and the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. So that's definitely some of the clues of our young lady in the world of sports. And Michael Wilbon, the famous Washington Post columnist, called her perhaps the most important athlete of the last 15 years in his story of U.S. women's soccer team folks and folks who were involved in that particular sport. And she was known to be born with a club foot, and she always wore corrective shoes when she was a toddler. So I don't know if anybody can guess who that particular person is. If not, I will bring up their face and y'all will be able to figure out who it is, because it'll come up as a brand or banner that I can flash on the screen and everything. So Miss Lovett, Brian, or Real Young DC, you got any ideas who that might be before I bring up this face and reveal it to our audience as to who our mystery guest was, and then we'll come to the international guest. But do you have any idea who this person might be and everything?
I'm honestly not at all. Not at all.
Me neither.
I can't think of the
I probably
woman's
wasn't even
name.
born then.
Wait a minute, I was born then.
I probably wasn't even thought of.
But what's the woman that led the soccer team in the Olympics? What was her name? And she recently did a special on BET and talking about race relations. Short hair. I can't think of the woman's name.
Well, we're going to come up and bring you the winner. The winner, or the person that folks need to try to remember, is this young lady, and I'll bring up the soccer picture as well. But that is none other than Mia Hamm. And Mia Hamm played at UNC and played for the UNC soccer team, and was definitely known in the community for being a powerhouse in the soccer world. So Mia Hamm is the person that I was looking for in that regard. I think this next one, but then again, I thought everybody was going to be an easy one as well. But I think this one, even though it's going to be outside of y'all's age range, young DC, but I think this one y'all ought to be able to figure out just based on the knowledge of history and things of that nature. So one of the clues for this next person is they met the United States President Richard Nixon in 1972 to ease the relationship between the countries of China and the country of the United States. He also launched the revolutionary Great Leap Forward to promote the agricultural and industrial production in 1958. And of course, he wrote a little book called The Little Red Book. So those are some of the clues that I was flashing out to folks and everything. And he died on September 18th, 1976 because of Parkinson's disease. So like I said, it might be outside of the age range of Brian and the young DC, but I do know that folks that study history should be able to know this particular person and all of that. He also, according to sources, his father wanted him to get married when he turned 17, but he refused. And of course, he was involved in a number of things in terms of politics on a global level and things of that nature. So I'll turn it over to you, young DC. You got any idea who that might be? Or you go over there Googling it, trying to figure it out and all of that?
Honestly, I was going to let you know I honestly don't have no idea who it is, but I'm actually... Right now, I am Googling.
At least young DC would be honest about it. Brian, you got any idea?
I really can't even think, but I feel like at some point I got told about this before. I really don't even know, though.
He's going to try to figure it out as well. What about you, Miss Lovett? I'm sure you can figure this out because it's of that same generation.
Sorry. I don't know. I need to go over and try to Google or something myself. Sorry.
That is okay. That is fun. That's part of why we do this, the online dinner party, and have the trivia guests. But most of you folks, if they think about it, they will remember this gentleman, none other than Mao Zedong. So he was the founder of the Communist Party in China, definitely was involved in China politics when it first became the country of China, and that is Mao Zedong. So that is who I was looking for, was Mao Zedong. But definitely that's what we try to do on the show, is at some point during the end of it, we reveal these mystery guests and we have fun with our guests in the house as well. So like I said, I think that it's 1 for 10 in terms of folks that are watching in the show confines, or watching here in the streaming, like being guests and all. And then in terms of the audience, 0 for 10. But I did have my gentleman, Apollo, who is out of Las Vegas and is now living in the Northeast, who did figure out Mr. Kenyatta, who is the founder of Kenya. But everybody else, and I've been thinking I've been giving softballs, because like I said, if you follow soccer or if you follow world history, most folks should know Mao Zedong. And then, like I said, last week, and Brian, I was really disappointed with folks. Last week, I had Shakira, and I gave a bunch of clues about Shakira, and nobody figured that one out. So like I said, I was amazed that nobody could figure out Shakira, or that anybody could figure out a master person in terms of Western mythology and Western history, but nobody could figure out Annie Oakley either. And I think it was the week before, I had the notorious mobster, who I believe was out of the Illinois area, none other than John Dillinger, and nobody could figure that one out also. I've had some folks that I figured folks would know, but I gave clues about Dillinger and nobody knew who he was. So I won't have to go back. I think next week I might hope that y'all will be watching from afar, and I might have to go find me some old school rappers. Maybe we'll bring in like KRS-One or somebody that y'all folks might know in the rap industry and things of that nature. Or maybe somebody like Gil Scott-Heron, who I'm a big fan of. So we might have to go back and bring some folks along that line that folks can relate to. And maybe I'll have to get somebody simple like Princess Diana or Prince Charles, in order for folks to recognize who the international person is. Because there's always one guest that's from the United States and one guest that's worldwide. So that's kind of the way we wrap up toward the end of the dinner party. So definitely I'm going to have to come up with some easier folks that folks can figure out, because y'all are not doing a good job. So we're going to have to try to improve all this and all of that. So I'm going to let everybody, one of the things we did with International Peace Day is we had folks a couple of days ago when we did that celebration reflect on their thoughts of peace and what peace means to them. So y'all can either do that, or you can just leave folks with a word of positive encouragement. So I'm going to go ladies first. So Ms. Lovett, if you would like to give either your definitions or thought on peace or a positive word of the day. And then since Brian's the newbie, I'll come to him, and then I'll come up to the top with young DC, since he's been with me for this show for a while. But I'll start with you, Miss Lovett, if you've got a word of encouragement, or if you want to explain your thoughts on what peace means to you.
Well, I always end up my emails with shalom, because I believe in peace, and I believe that you can speak peace into a person's life, and if they receive it, then it is. So shalom to everyone, and forward movement. We have to keep moving forward, and we can do it best when we are at peace with ourselves and at peace with our world as much as we can be.
That makes sense. Brian, like I said, I'm going to bring it to you. So if you got either words that you want to about the concept of peace, or if you want to just reflect and give people a positive message that you want to share, I would love to hear that from you. And then, like I said, I'll come to young DC as well.
Well, I don't really got one thing to say. Appreciate the people that actually motivate you to do stuff. Cause even if they see you ain't doing stuff at the moment, even if they're motivating you even when you're not doing stuff, because those are the people that really care about you. And I can't thank DC enough, because he really did, his energy, it always motivated me to always do more. So I always appreciate the people that actually motivate you, because they really do care about you.
Appreciate that. Young DC, if you want to share your thoughts on what peace means to you, or if you got a powerful message that you just want to share with the global world that might encourage them, because like I said, we've got folks that listen from throughout. We got folks that listen from South Africa, from Malaysia, from Singapore, as well as various parts of the United States. So if you want to let folks know your message of positivity or a message of peace, or a combination of both, as Miss Lovett did.
Pretty much just trusting yourself, stay true to yourself, and always remember why you're doing it. I also want to piggyback off what Brian said. I couldn't be thankful enough to have someone who can just be that ear to listen. That means everything, and it goes a long way. Just someone, being a party, your passion, and also being attentive with the same energy and the same, want the same things out of life as well as you. So when you find that person, definitely, no matter in which situation, music, relationships, I mean, just when you find that person, you want to definitely stay with it, because, we both know having a good team, come by a team, we all know that is very hard. And it's like, once you do have that solid foundation, you want to take every advantage as possible, and also spread a little light as far as what's going on today. Let's all just stay prayed up, man, and do what we got to do as a community.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that, and appreciate all of y'all for being on. Actually, if y'all can stay on the podcast after we end, I'll chat with y'all offline and everything. But right now, I'm going to bring up the ambassador, which is actually, you've heard me refer to the Indian person that is one of our team and everything from the country of India. Well, his daughter did this PSA for us that talks about wearing the mask, definitely doing the hand washing and all of that. And then, of course, I might bring up a couple of ads of some of our other shows, and then we'll get this airplane on out of here. But that'll only take about a minute or two. But definitely want to thank all of these amazing guests, Dr. Funk and Power for joining me, Young DC for joining me, Brian for joining me, Margot Lovett for joining me. And we've had a great conversation about all kinds of important things that are going on in this world. But right now, let's bring up the ambassador and see what she's talking about in terms of giving us these positive thoughts and everything.
हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
So that was a little bit of what she's got going on, and definitely appreciate those powerful words that she was giving us and all of that. So definitely some amazing things that she talks about on a regular basis. And then, like I said, we've got a number of great shows that air here on the station. So I want y'all to hear a little bit about a few of those. And this is one of them that deals. One more, this show right here, which I know a lot of folks will be interested in. Last but not least, a show that I produce, and it's done by a friend of mine. That's none other than Funk from the Front Seat.
You know, the funk don't always give you what you want, but it'll give you what you need. You know what I'm saying? We never left. Yo, we back. NHFA in your face. Bringing you something good to your ear hole, y'all. Check it out. It's our time to shine. It's our time to grind. It's the phone.
And now the plane to get on fire here.